Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Money in the bank. Money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808.
Usually I take a backseat, yeah. Low key, I tell I'm discreet and don't wanna put my heart on the line too many times. I've been burned, I bounce back quickly, and with the drama tell 'em miss me. Won't ever let it go too far, expose my heart, that's risky. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? I got a reputation to uphold, so don't reach out your hand for me to hold. Don't rush to tell the world that I'm your girl right now, 'cause I might leave swiftly, just based on my history. Been on to take them flights at different side of trouble. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? If you choose to stick around, don't say I let you down when I burn it to the ground. Because I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us?
sleep. I dance in the realm of dreams. I dance when I'm in the boneyard. Dance when I'm caught off guard. I dance. I got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance.
what you've been told, but it's time to come alive. If you want to party, babe, you got to feel it deep inside. All I really want to do is the things you just can't hide. Put your funk around it, babe, and I'll take you for a ride. You know that feeling. You know that feeling. You know that feeling. You know that feeling. Now listen to the music as it bring you to the light. You can start to see it, they'll just open your eyes. All you funky people, just join the funky line. Girl, that groove make your soul shaking. Everybody shake it on. You know that feeling. You know that feeling. You know that feeling. You know that
bitter, sweet, fiery heat, whispers the man of the hurricane. Oh, stop pushing me, gonna push so hard, I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go, 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 I won't let Ain't never giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Gonna push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane.
You know I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Let me take you for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Let me take you for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Because I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control.
Got a chateau in the mountains that change. Jet set through the islands that change. Zip codes like it is nothing. Top 10K first class on my side thing. Shorty went viral on a TikTok. Got 'em doing moves in a big mouth. Rocking their head doing pop like 20 million streams and she won't stop. Can't stop. 911, it's an emergency. Call your friends. Everybody follow me one by one.
We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Eh? And you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Eh? We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Eh? We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Eh? Your mata, your mata, your mata, your mata, your mata, your mata, your mata.
Be delicate, gentle, precise. Calm down. Why are you trying so hard? Isn't this too much for you? Aren't you scared? Don't play, don't compete. Stop complaining. Whatever you do, it'll never be enough. Greatness comes from within. Just wait and see.
Welcome to VALORANT Game Changers, EMEA 2024. In 2023, we were proud of our Game Changers players excelling in VALORANT Esports. In 2024, our focus remains on encouraging more women to step forward, shaping the future of VALORANT by offering increased opportunities and highlighting explosive talents within our community. It all begins with the Kickoff Open Qualifier, where 128 teams battle it out in a single elimination bracket for 8 coveted spots in the Kickoff Closed Qualifier. There, they'll face off against 8 of the top teams from last year's Stage 3, competing in a double elimination bracket where only the top 8 teams can move forward into Stage 1. This year, we've updated the tournament format for stages to 10 teams, intensifying the competition and casting a brighter spotlight on players. Stage 1 features the top 8 teams from the Kickoff Closed Qualifier, joined by 2 invited teams, BBL Queens and G2 Gozen. Of course, more glory also means more risk, with the 2 last place teams of each stage to be relegated to Contenders. Contenders is now the pathway for the best talents to prove themselves and secure their spot in Game Changers. To claw their way back, the 2 relegated teams will battle it out against 30 other teams coming from regional tournaments or open qualifiers. The top 2 teams from Contenders will earn their spot in the next stage of Game Changers. This entire process repeats for Stage 2 before the ultimate victors are decided in Stage 3. Want in on the action? Open qualifiers are your gateway. Players must be at least Platinum 1 or above to sign up. Keep the key dates and the sign-up dates in mind. With so much action planned, mark your calendar because you won't want to miss a single moment. Follow us on socials for the latest updates and get ready for an epic year with Game Changers EMEA in 2024.
You heard the man. Sign up for Contenders or else. Or else you won't make it to a grand final of Game Changers. Yes, it's the final day of Stage 2. I'm Frankie Ward and I cannot wait to get this series underway. And with me are Pilski and Billy to talk us through our runners and riders. Pilski, at what time is it down under?
Oh, it's prime gaming hours, you know, we're getting into the AMs and I am really looking forward to seeing this grand final as I've adjusted to the time zone, going to all 5 maps because I really want to see a competitive one after the way it went last time in Stage 1 and I know that Falcons have got the players to do it.
Absolute mad lad, that Pilski. And Billy, you have got the most glamorous room of all, I think.
Oh, thank you. So Pavlos did call it the LED dungeon the other day, so I don't quite know how to feel about that one, but I am delighted to be back for another grand final in EMEA Game Changers.
I want to know how Pavlos knows what a dungeon looks like outside of a video game, because that definitely doesn't look like a fictional dungeon I've ever seen, so we might have to ask him because he is casting the final later on. But we want to take a look back at the last few marvellous days that we've experienced of VALORANT Game Changers Series 2. So let's take a look at the bracket, because this tells us the story so far, Billy.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons have had a phenomenal lower bracket run. I think it's one of the longest lower bracket runs that we've seen, other than Foot during Stage 2 of last year, who also ended up facing G2 Gozen in the grand finals. So I'm starting to wonder, could this perhaps be a repeat of history? Time will tell.
yeah, I mean, getting knocked down by G2 is a rough one, and they went all the way through the top side of the bracket. Had a couple of other good names involved this time around. I mean, Carmine Corp didn't make it to playoffs in stage 1, so we finally got to test them and see what they're made of. And NASA as well, getting themselves a top 4 after getting knocked out in Fifth 6 last time has got to be, a little bit of an improvement, and that's got to, at least give them some more motivation heading into the end of the year.
This might be a repeat of the Stage 1 Grands Finals, but it doesn't mean that we can't hype up some of the other players we've seen on the server, as well as the ones we're going to see today. And Billy, I know there's a few players that you'd love to shout out.
Yeah, absolutely. So 2 of my favourites so far this split. I mean, it would be crazy if we didn't mention Nello after the game I watched with her playing the other day. She's been in the scene for a very long time, won the very first 2 EMEA Game Changers events back in 2021 under 10 star, and has switched roles to accommodate Roxy joining. And then of course Marty as well, she's been part of NASA for the past year, one of the highest ACS in stage 2. Just amazing, been getting so many opening frags for her team and playing that role perfectly.
I'm so excited to see what Carmine Corp and Nello are going to do going forward, because that was definitely a really exciting debut for Roxy joining that team. Now you've got 2 of the craziest killjoys in the league. I do want to take the opportunity, if I may, to shout out Nami as well. I mean, anyone who's seen the show this week will know that I am a massive Nami fan, I should say. She's just taken on this in-game responsibility for NASA Ignite, and she's taken it on so naturally. It hasn't impacted her performance on the server at all. Yes, she's not the duelist for her team. She's not expected to necessarily put big numbers up, but when things come down to the wire, as they did against Carmine Corp earlier this week, she really stepped up and she really got her team through it and through to the next stage against Falcons. So yeah, I just wanted to give my love to Nami today. Pilski, I know you haven't got much room in your heart to love anything more than you love your girlfriend and your dog, but tell me, what have you been admiring this week?
First of all, dogs, plural, and that's why I couldn't just pick one, because clearly, I always have my hands full. I can never choose. Miori was fantastic with Giant X for sure. She was doing some really, really good lurking plays and was really a pivotal part of Giant X this season, and she really impressed me with her performance. Even in the game they lost against Falcons, the Icebox game that she played, she was really giving them a lot of contingency options on the attacking side, and then locking down the sites as a sentinel on defense. And then Sandra's had to role swap 3 times. She's had to play Initiator, Sentinel, Duelist, do everything for Falcons, and she still manages to have some absolutely beastly performances. The other day against NASA, she was top in the stats, and I dare say if she switches on and goes back into that Duelist form today, of which there are multiple Duelist players playing different roles on Falcons, she could be a key in this grand final for sure.
Sandra also does all the pre-match interviews for Falcons, which means that you will be hearing from her, that MVP later on in the show, because I did get to catch up with her early today. But for now, we need to introduce these 2 rosters we'll be seeing competing in this grand final: Falcons Vega and G2 Ghost. And as already mentioned, it is a repeat of a grand final that we saw a few months ago in stage 1. Billy, do you think that history is going to repeat itself today? Because last time around it was a 3-0 to G2 Ghost.
You'd like to think that Falcons have, learned and grown from the last finals that they had. Of course, they've got the addition of Mary this time round as well, so it is a different roster than G2 faced last time. I'm hoping they've gone back and done some homework and, are coming into this one kind of fighting back.
Yeah, I think last time around, from casting that grand final, it really didn't feel like they were ready for a grand final. They hadn't had that kind of experience. They'd been a team that's kind of ground their way through the tier 2 of the Game Changers scene, and had only just gotten a couple of seasons under their belt. So I'm hoping that they have grown from that last grand final as well. And as you mentioned, they've only picked up more and more star-studded talent into this roster. So hoping that they'll have a better result this time around.
Well, this is the thing. If we look at the numbers for G2, this is a team that expects nothing less than a trophy. And when they didn't make it to the Stage 3 finals last year, they decided to pick up players from the 2 teams that did get through to the grand final, Pilski. And so they find themselves at the top again.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this graph, this stats in particular, this is grand final results in EMEA. So they're 6-1 overall. They've only lost to Guild, and 20-8 in map score in grand finals is insane. Like, they have won so many dominant grand finals. They've had so many blowout maps where they just kind of stomp the other team, and then whenever they tend to lose a map, they don't really get blown out. It's usually a little bit closer and a bit more of a grind for the other team. So it really just shows you what level of dominance G2 has at this stage of the competition, and that's the standard that they've set here today.
Yeah, I mean, we thought G2 were good before. Look at the pickups they've had from last year to this year. EMEA, probably one of the, if not, yeah, actually, do you know what? I'm going to come out and say it. The best Sentinel, I would say, within EMEA Game Changers, and that might be a big statement, but she missed out on so much last year throughout Ascend Rising, always close to tasting victory, and now that she is part of G2 Goes, and you know, she's getting a taste for it now. Of course, Vanya, ex-IGL from BBL Queens, you know, this is a team that is absolutely unstoppable.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think both of those pickups were absolutely massive, and obviously when you're the top dog in a scene, it's really, really easy to poach players from your main competition. A lot of the other teams, though, and looking at this stage of EMEA, the talent across different teams is still really, really stacked. So although they have taken a lot of talent from a lot of the other top teams, there is still a lot of competition that they've had to grind their way through, and they've still made it look really dominant, which says something about the squad they've assembled here.
Well, Falcons have been well and truly on the grind because Mary only just joined them as their new duelist 14 days ago, and now they're already in their first grand final with her on the roster. However, that doesn't mean that she hasn't played against G2, because actually this is the first match. We're looking at highlights, Billy, from the first match of the playoffs, where unfortunately it was a 2-1 for the side of G2.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty unfortunate losing to G2 in the very first day of the upper bracket. If they want to beat them this time, they'll really need to focus on that gameplay and help adapt in the moment. And thinking back to last grand final as well, without Mary, it was a 3-0. It was Tolkien Rescue's first ever grand final in the main event as well, being the furthest that Falcons had ever achieved in the main event. So it's fair to say that Falcons have been fairly consistent, and Mary is just only going to add to that firepower.
Yeah, and hopefully she's feeling fired up. Yeah. Cool. I caught up with Sandra. Sorry to interrupt you, Pesky, but I've got a great love for Sandra, and any excuse to get her on the show, which is handy that she made it to the grand finals, so we can ask her for this interview. Because of course we had to talk about Mary and the development of the team since we last saw them in a grand final. So here's what we caught up about. Sandra, congratulations on making your second Game Changers grand final in a row.
Thank you so much.
I mean, does this feel routine now? You just expect it?
What feels more routine than the actual tournament is being in the lower bracket. I swear, but yeah.
Your favourite tradition.
It's my favourite tradition.
You've had such an incredible run in the lower bracket, though. It was unlucky, really, to be seeded against G2 in the first round of the playoffs. But you've held on and played your life. Played your life out? No, you're still with her. You played out your mind all week, Sandra. Did you always know, even when you went into the lower bracket, that you'd make it to the grand final?
Yeah, 100%. Like, we know what we're capable of, you know?
And do you think this is a different mindset to when we first saw you qualify for Game Changers a year ago through Contenders?
Even in Contenders, we were in lower brackets, so I think we've held on to the same, like, we want to win mindset, you know? We've always been the lower bracket team.
So actually, if you stay in the upper bracket, you're probably kind of suspicious, like, hang on a second.
There's something wrong. Maybe, I hope next time we don't have to go through this again, you know? But we got used to it, so it's okay.
Sandra, obviously it was fantastic that you guys made the grand finals of stage 1, but how has the team developed even since then?
I mean, obviously, like, we have way more experience as a team, and changing roles has made me and Toki especially learn so much in the game. And I feel like overall we're just enjoying the game more. Like, everyone wants to win. Everyone is on the same level of passion. So, yeah, it's been really good.
You have got a former championship winning player now on your team in Mary. So I imagine that probably does boost things a bit. And we've seen you guys go from strength to strength in the last 14 days since she started playing competitive with you. It's quite something. Has she given you any advice for kind of giving that winning performance in the server when it most matters?
Yeah, of course. Like, she won it before, so she's always like giving us some, like, guys, we can do this. Guys, you should try this. Guys, there's this and that. and it's very, very good. It's very refreshing to hear like those advice coming from someone who already did what we want to do, you know. So yeah, she does give a lot of advice.
Map veto wise, this is a big challenge for you guys because G2 get to ban the first 2 maps. Now, if you are G2, you're probably thinking, okay, they want to ban Breeze, so we are going to pick it first. I'm guessing that's something you're anticipating. So is Breeze something you've been looking at?
Yeah, of course. I'm not going to leak anything, but yeah.
Can you tell me what was difficult about it last time for you guys?
I think we were choking. Like, we were not like doing the right. Like, we're not playing the right way. We're not playing our own game. We're letting them control the pace and control the momentum and everything. So yeah, like we hopefully we fix this today
and set that pace.
Yeah,
all the way to the trophy.
All the way to the trophy.
Sandra, thank you so much for chatting to me as always, and good luck today.
Thank you so much.
We mentioned it in the interview, but Falcons have come so far since this time last year. Billy, talk me through the success and the rise of this team.
I think one thing that we can say about Falcons Vega, I mean, the word I used for them the other day was flexibility. Today, I'm going to use consistency. This team has shown nothing but consistency since coming up through that Contenders in Split 2 last year. It's just a team that's shown dominance, and with the addition of Mary, I can only see that extra firepower being added.
I mean, the firepower on both of these teams is ridiculously strong, and the duelists are definitely going to be a couple of players that will be watching intently today, Pilski.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Mary and Rescue, if you go look at the statistics in terms of anything to do with killing people and having impact in the server, they're right up the top of the competition, top of the ACS, you know, top of the kills per round, top of the damage. Rescue's had some insane clutch statistics actually compared with the rest of the competition. She's even topping that, and both of them leading in first kills versus first deaths. Rescue in particular has got by far the best first kill, first death stats, and a lot of that comes from her role on the Jet. A lot of players, you know, when you look at their duelist characters and the statistics between Raze and Jet, you know, you can see some differences, and that will tell you a little bit about how they like to play the agent and the comfortability and the kind of style that they like. But if you look at this highlight, this tells you exactly why on Jet, Rescue has such insane first kill, first death statistic, because she's just running around with an op or running into the site, dashing in and getting those entries.
Do you think that that's something that Falcons need to almost, I guess, to take a leaf out of G2's book and just kind of think about how they get even more from Mary? Or do you think the way that Falcons play the game means that, yeah, if Mary does sacrifice herself, getting those opening kills, it's okay for the rest of the team?
I think, like, just in terms of like first kill success, she's not going to be as good as Rescue, but she's still getting a lot of kills. She's still dealing a lot of damage. It's just going to be less of these clean kind of 5v4 situations, and she's going to offer less clutches overall, but she's still going to do a hell of a lot of damage in the server, and it might just be some more kind of scrappy situations for Falcons to clean up rather than some really clean 5-on-4s.
Scrappy situations, that's a phrase that reminds me of my interview style, and you're going to see exactly what I mean now, because earlier I caught up with Petra and Mimi, and they were wonderful. I'm not sure about myself. This is the closest I'm ever going to get to feeling like I'm a member of G2 Gozen, because I've like joined a pack here with Petra and Mimi. And ladies, I want to know, like, if I were lucky and talented enough to be part of G2 Gozen, what is it about the system you have going on that integrates new players so quickly and so successfully?
I think we're very easy at breaking the ice. Like, we can be very silly, and therefore people feel quite comfortable around us because there's always one sillier person in the room, I guess.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
How did you break the ice then with your two newest members, with Amy and Rescue? I know they're not new anymore, but when they first joined the team.
How did we break it? I have no
idea. I feel like they're just silly themselves. So when they kind of felt like the team environment is a bit goofy and silly, that they could easily just be themselves from the get-go, and they didn't have to like pretend to be someone else. Yeah. They're already goofy.
I can imagine that with Vanya as well. I feel like Vanya is such an assassin on the server, but I have a feeling she's hilarious on TeamSpeak.
Yeah, it's quite funny because she can be quiet, but then out of nowhere he says something what's like,
you don't expect it at all. Like
Yeah.
it just comes out of nowhere. Like what? And then everyone just laughs, of course.
And you go, one of us. One
yeah,
of us.
definitely that happens actually.
Actually, yeah.
Oh my gosh, I do feel like I'm a G2 Gozen member now. I love it. So do you actually think, though, that G2 Gozen would be the same without the two of you? Because I can't imagine it. You're responsible for the success, right, girls?
That's the question for 10 years, no? In 10 years' time? No, I mean, we were obviously there from the beginning, and hopefully we'll be here for another many years. But until then, we're gonna do our best to like make people the best players and the best leaders at the time that they're gonna be. Like hopefully it's gonna be one of these young girls that's gonna take over like IGLing and be the captain of the team. But it's definitely gonna be such a weird thing to like put past us if we're not gonna be on Gozen anymore. But yeah, one day it will happen, right?
It won't be the same, but
Not today.
No, not today. Definitely not today. Not tomorrow. Not next year. Hopefully.
No, in 2020, the 2045 maybe.
Okay, I like that. We got an exclusive. So the girl's retiring in 2045, and you know that gives me a lot of hope. We've got you for quite a few years, yeah. But you do mention the fact that you craft leaders, and actually we have seen so many ex-G2 players thriving in this particular competition. You mentioned obviously leadership, and Sarah's now in-game leading, for example. I'm wondering, do you think that this is going to backfire on you guys eventually?
No.
I mean, they've learned a lot in the short term that they were with us, but we still have the way more experience, I guess. So they have to catch up a lot.
And that's your advice to everyone you used to play with: catch up. How do you feel then about this Falcons matchup today? I know it's been discussed a lot, the fact that you guys are going up against Mary. I think her third match with Falcons was against you guys. She's obviously had a few games since then. Do you think it's going to be a different feeling Falcons that you have a rematch against today?
No, I don't feel different. But yeah, I mean, it's a final. It's a best of 5, and we banned 2 maps, so we have a break advantage. I feel very comfortable, just like the other games.
Yeah, I feel like they're probably also coming in more confident this match, since they've had a bit more, like, they've had an extra few days together, some extra official games together. So I'm sure they feel more confident, and they maybe have a better idea of how we play. But obviously, we will just play our own game and have fun while we do it.
Talking to map vetoes, then, are you feeling breezy?
Maybe.
I mean,
Who knows? There's Picky Breeze.
They're going to take out Breeze, so I think we should take the chance to play it before it's out, no?
Yeah, yes.
I mean, I'd be interested to see how it's developed since you guys met in the group stage. We cut me off because I spoke so long to those ladies that maybe later on we'll get to see the rest of that interview, but we don't have time right now. We've got to talk. We've got to talk about the map veto and the map pools that these teams have. Pilski, arguably Falcons, they've got more of an uphill battle here.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Sunset's been a standard for them. They've played it a lot, and against some pretty good teams. Bind as well, they've got a good record on it, and they played it versus a lot of good teams. Split, it's a bit up and down, and they've played some solid teams on that. I think Icebox is a bit of a question mark. Ascent, you know, we've only really seen them play one team on it for the most part, like playing Giant X, so I haven't seen them play against different styles and different ways that teams play, so that's a little untested. Lotus is a little untested, and Breeze has been a bit of a disaster for them, but as mentioned in the interview there, that might not be something that they're able to avoid coming from the lower bracket.
Billy, let's talk about G2's map pool. Obviously, they are very experienced, they've got a very developed map pool, and they get to ban first, so they get to ban both first bans, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's very hard for Falcons when the veto is in this way. G2 goes in, they have been insta-banning Ascent all throughout this stage, and of course their insta-pick is Breeze. So yeah, it's going to be difficult. They have also played a split or a bind from time to time, although in saying that, they haven't played bind in playoffs. The one loss they had was a 12-14 to odd one out. So if we do get bind, which should... If we do get bind, sorry, it might be a bit more interesting. It might be where Falcons can kind of get their step up should they need to.
The thing about bind though at Pilski is it's one of the oldest maps in the playbook, right? So even if they don't have the best track record on it, there's something about G2 goes and Magic, and if they've got momentum on their side and it comes up in the veto today, I'm guessing you wouldn't be worried for the team.
I think they should feel pretty confident on most of the maps given their veto advantage, but I agree. I think it's probably the best shot for Falcons given their record on it and given that, exactly like Billy said, G2's shown that they can lose to a team like Odd One Out on it. That's probably the map that I'd be angling for, but they might have different ideas.
All right, well hopefully the map veto is ready for us to go through and we don't need to be in suspense any longer. I'm hearing, are we ready? We are ready for the map veto. So, Pilski, if you'd like to do the honours, let's talk through these bans first. I mean, we're anticipating obviously Ascent and then potentially, is it going to be Breeze? Let's have a look and see. Are G2 really going to do that to Falcons?
100% they'll leave Breeze in there. It will be like Sunset or Bind, in my opinion, and they're going to take out Sunset. That's the map that Falcons have had the most reps on, and I just want to reiterate how massive of an advantage it is coming from the upper bracket. I mean, I've been participating in the Challengers circuit and played in a grand final over there, and it was the same story. When one team is able to ban 2 maps, it puts you in such a massive advantage in terms of the map pool, and then you get to choose whether you're Team A or Team B, which determines the ordering of the maps and the sides as well. So the team from the upper bracket just gets to not only ban out their 2 maps that they don't want to play in the pool, but also gets to choose how the rest of the veto is going to flow as well.
Waiting patiently for G2's first pick, and of course it's going to be Breeze. I mean, there was no doubt in any of our minds that Breeze was going to be the map that they choose.
Yeah.
However, I'm expecting Falcons to run something funky, knowing that both times they've played Breeze against G2 has been a 13-2 and a 13-3. So I'm hoping they switch up the comps and just have fun with it, knowing that both times have been a bit of a stomp.
I actually agree with you. I would love to see Falcons go for some kind of funky comp, to be honest, when they haven't had great results on this map. That'd be something very interesting to see.
Just for clarity, if anyone's wondering about what that composition might be, Jet, Cypher, KO, Sova and Viper is the composition that both of these teams typically run on Breeze. What would you like to see them funk it up with, Pilski?
It's really up to them. They've already shown like the propensity to play things like Reina Harbor and all kinds of crazy comps. So, you know, there's a lot of different things that they could go. They could go, you know, double duelists. They could do some kind of harbor comp. We've seen that on Breeze in the past. It's really up to them to see what we'll get from them. Split will be an interesting choice, but I'm kind of disappointed we're not seeing a bind here because, you know, Split is a map that I've seen G2 play a lot, and they actually looked pretty good the other day playing it against Giant X, like pretty confident. It seemed like they'd had their reps in. They seemed to have a very clearly defined style playing that Fade Breach where they were kind of pivoting on attack between, you know, playing the map control style and having some really solid looking hard executes. So picking Split in this grand final after a Breeze that you've got dominated on when I've been feeling like G2 have been looking pretty solid on it, I'm a little concerned, especially given the fact that Falcons will have to start attack on historically pretty defense-sided map.
Yeah, I have to echo your thoughts there, Pilski. I think this is perhaps an oversight. Bind would have been, in my opinion, stronger for them instead of Split. I mean, maybe they're concerned that they've played Bind 4 times in the playoffs and won it 4 times. They're maybe conscious that G2 could easily anti-strat that, but yeah, perhaps an oversight in that. Lotus is an interesting one. That's one that usually we see floated to being a decider map. So I'm interested to see why G2 have gone for that and what they think gives them the upper hand against Falcons on Lotus.
I mean, looking at the record here for G2, they have taken a head-to-head recently over Falcons, which was in that first round of the playoffs. So they're probably feeling pretty confident on it. The only other team G2 played on that map was Heroic Valkyries, which they kind of destroyed them on. Falcons did take a win over Giant X, and they are playing a chamber comp on that map, which if you're not used to playing it against can be definitely troublesome. You can find yourself losing picks moving through the map and getting caught off guard by all kinds of different TPs, especially, you know, once Falcons moves over to that defensive side. So we'll see how that one plays out. Falcons, surely this one's got to be bind. Like, you got to get bind in the first couple of maps in the pool here, given that their record on it and the quality of teams, but they're going to pick Icebox here. And I just don't know how I feel about that. We just watched Falcons the other day against Giant X play this Icebox. They're playing this double duelist Harbor comp, and it really did not work for them. They've had some close games against some other kind of quality opposition so far in Game Changers, but this map did not look good for them the other day, and I'm a little concerned that they've left what I thought would be their first pick through to the 5th map.
Yeah, I echo everything that you've just said, Pilski. Bind being left at a decider map is really concerning in my mind for Falcons. Icebox as well, being one of G2 Gozen's top picks of maps, which Falcons should know by now. So yeah, if we do even make it to that point, I think it's going to make for a tasty final.
The Icebox doesn't make any sense at all, surely. I mean, they have a 25% win rate on it on the side of Team Falcons, and Icebox is very much a G2 comfort map. Honestly, guys, I'm really surprised that Falcons would do this. I mean, maybe they've got some tricks up their sleeve, but we only saw them play it yesterday, and it was the only map they dropped in that series against Giant X. Maybe they're just like, we've tried some and experimented with some things to prepare for G2, and now we know what doesn't work, Pilski?
I mean, like, their win rate is deceptive because they're 2 overtime losses against NASA and Carmine Corps, who are both top 6 teams in this tournament. Their win was against Focus, which is not super convincing, but I mean, I watched that Giant X game, and that was really not a great game from them. They went 0-8 on defense. Their attack was decent, but even then, I felt like they got off to a good start with Pistol, if I remember correctly, and then it was kind of ground back by Giant X, so that didn't feel like a great game. And over on the side of G2, they've got this, you know, fragging comp. They've only played it twice against Valiant in groups and then Carmine Corps in the semis. So they haven't played a lot of Icebox this stage, and they are running the Clove comp, which is, you know, Chuck and Vanya on a fragging agent is already scary when she normally frags out on a normal controller, like an Omen or something like that. So look, we'll see what we're going to get from this grand final. I'm not a big fan for Falcons in terms of the ordering of the maps, but look, we got to focus up on Breeze and see if they've cooked something special for this time, because the last few games of Breeze against Gozen have gone pretty horribly.
Well, guys, I have a feeling we have some Mimi and Petra fans in chat. And earlier on, I did massively overrun with my conversation with them because I was just very happy to feel part of the gang briefly, third wheeling. And so I also wanted to take the opportunity to ask them about each other. So let's take a look at what they said. I do have a question of each of you. Has all this success changed you as people? Because, for example, Mimi, I was in Krakow late last year and I saw your photo in an optician's window. So you're global superstars. Has this gone to your heads? You can answer for each other.
Yeah, she's like,
yo, this
so much.
no. The ego these days, it's crazy. She's really good on putting a fake smile. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
No, I feel like we're also very good at like keeping each other humble and grounded, and you know, the friendship we have also, I don't know, is special.
Special.
Okay, now I'm third wheeling. I'm gonna log off the call before I.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's fine. Good luck today.
Thank you. So much. Bye.
Great, thank you. And then after that interview, I said bye to the ladies, and then I said to lovely producer Lee, like, I'm sorry I ran over. That was messy. I love them so much. To which the girl said, we love you too. And I realized, oh my God, they just heard everything I just discussed with the production team. And then I was like digging myself into a hole because I was like, that was messy as in I was messy. Like, I was messy, not you guys. I love you guys. Anyway, so now I've told the internet exactly what happened, but I just need it to get back to Mimi and Petra that I was talking about myself being the mess, and it stands. Like I love them just like I love all the players that I'm lucky enough to get to speak to as part of this incredible event. So moving on, we are just waiting for a coach to be in position. So bear with us, we will get this best of 5 grand final underway. But while we do, we have a mission should you choose to accept it, Billy and Pilski.
Sure.
Are you ready?
Without knowing what it is at all, just blindly, let's go for it. blindly accepting what you need to do, and what you need to do is find Tacti-bear in the game that we like to call Where is Tacti-bear? It sounds like an existential question, but apparently not. We're going to fly through some maps and try and find Tacti-bear. I mean, easy.
We got to say which map he's on. I apologize because we can literally see the Tacti-bear, right?
This is Ascent, and I should be a specialist at this. I've spent 90% of my day as a coach floating around in Ghost in an empty server with no one else to talk to me. I turn podcast on so I feel less alone. So yeah, this should go really well for me.
Brilliant.
You're really living up to that villain character, Pilski, aren't you? Like, he is a villain.
I'm like the bunny with the knife.
Because he's lonely.
Yeah, it makes sense now. Everything's beginning to make sense.
Jesus, getting exposed live on air.
Yeah, let's lock in Ascent. Yeah.
Okay. Production. I don't know, whenever someone says like reveal it in my ears, I just think of a very British program called Take Me Out. Answer. Reveal yourself. It's Ascent. It's a reference that will go over Pilski and everyone else's head. I'm so sorry. Anyway, right, let's find Tacti-bear again. Move on to the next. Tacti-bear, reveal yourself. Okay.
This one is.
I think I know what this is.
Yeah, I know what this one is. You can go this up, no, Billy.
I would guess Sunset.
Yeah, I'll agree with that.
Yeah. Sure, he came out here to make his name.
This one looks like the most chill out of all the Tacti-bears. Like he's sitting in his living room in a chair, and I think there's like a few things scattered out like around the place. Like he's just kind of chilling. I want to know like who makes these and like what does their day look like? They get to just like maybe they're like chief Tacti-bear like designer from Riot.
You're applying for a job there. It sounds like. Can I design where Tacti-bear goes and has these philosophical thoughts? All right then, Tacti-bear answer. Reveal yourself. That's not going to catch on. Whereabouts is he? Yes, you're absolutely right. He's on Sunset Boulevard, overlooking the car park. It's a very scenic spot. Okay, from one spawn to potentially another. Who knows? Let's see our third one. This is going to be our final Tacti-bear. Oh my God. I think Tacti-bear is actually in trouble. This is his mugshot. But where has it been taken, Billy?
Sorry.
That literally looks like my dog Dina.
Why is Bro smiling like that? Like,
smiling?
Does he look like... It's like, well, maybe an upside down smile. I don't know. He's grinning. I can see it in the eyes. I'm gonna guess... Icebox?
No, don't do this, Billy.
Do you want to guess, Pilski?
You know better.
Lotus,
oh wait,
no.
Is it? Oh yeah, no, it's not Icebox. I can see the sun behind the fence thing.
You know this one. I believe in you.
Maybe it's like Breeze.
Ooh, okay.
Ooh.
I could be trolling. Do you know what it is, Pilski?
It's Breeze.
Okay, okay. Okay, I got it second time, surely.
Let's reveal the answer. Is it Breeze? Is it easy, breezy, beautiful Tacti-bear?
Yeah.
It's
Let's
there's a chair. I thought there was like corrugated iron that he was leaning up against, but no, he's in an oversized wooden chair.
He's a lifeguard.
He is, I mean, he's guarding
saving our
something.
segment. Thank God for Tacti-bear.
Yeah, thank you so much, Tacti-bear and production, for keeping us occupied as we await for Agent Select. Hopefully, we are ready to get it underway. We've got a couple of minutes until we get into the game. I don't know if we're able to see Ancient Select or we need to wait a little bit longer. I'm still curious about the Icebox pick, to be honest, guys, because I feel like we can talk about it because we might not get to see it if this is a 3-0. It's the 4th map in the Veto Bind being the decider. Interesting composition they like to run on this one. They're running, I just clarify, I'm talking about Falcons, Gecko, Harbour, Jet, Omen, and Reyna. It's rare that we get to really see a Harbour or a Reyna these days. What does that tell us about the way the team likes to play Icebox, Pilski?
I don't really know. I think like the Omen and the Harbour together, the double controller with no Sentinel is like an interesting one for sure. I feel like a lot of teams these days are being inspired by FPX and wanting to experiment with playing multiple controllers all the time that are not Viper +1, which is kind of the traditional one, and sometimes even triple controllers and things. I wasn't a huge fan of it personally, although I do like both like Gecko and Harbour on that map, and I've played them in various comps. I much prefer like the boring approach of Icebox, which is playing the core really good agents and then plugging in the extras after that, rather than putting all the extras in one comp, which is what it feels like Falcons comp is.
I'm sorry, the core really good agents, who are you slagging off?
It's like, you know, Viper's good on that map, Jet's pretty good on that map, although some people play no duelist. Killjoy's really good on that map. Like, just play the characters that are really good, you know? You know what I'm saying.
So don't play Harbour is what you're trying to say?
Oh, I've played Harbour. I think like the team that I was coaching played Harbour like very recently until we changed. So I rate Harbour. I think Harbour could be pretty good.
But you wouldn't pick him for this particular composition?
No, not with an Omen as well. Like maybe Viper Harbour. That sounds good. Now that sounds good. But Harbour Omen, that sounds not good.
Billy, I want to get your take on this. Are you as savage as Pilski when it comes to this particular composition?
I do think Pilski has a point with this one. I think the double duelist, double controller is interesting. I do like the Gecko pick, but I wish they would have went for something a little bit similar to G2 goes in. Throwing that Clove in there is really interesting for me. And I mean, when you have Vanya on Clove anyway, it's kind of like a secondary duelist at that point. So yeah, I think Falcons Vega's comp in comparison to G2 goes in is, I don't know, it's interesting to say the least.
Yeah, and obviously it was devastating for them yesterday because they didn't get a single round on their defensive side. We are waiting to get into game. Our first map of today is going to be Breeze. So we've got about a minute to go. So I would like you guys to give me a prediction for this series now that we know the map Veto. So Pilski, is this going to be a 3-0 to G2? Are you expecting a different result today?
What do we have? Breeze, Split, Lotus, Icebox. I think in terms of the maps, I think like it probably could go all 5 maps, to be honest. Even though I'm not a particularly big fan of the order, it really is up to Falcons in my mind to win things like Split and Lotus that are kind of iffy for them and like not amazing maps for G2, or they haven't played like a ton of them. They've only got like 2 reps on Split, for example. So for me, the maps on the second and third maps are really, really important for Falcons to win. If they're able to win both of them and push it to bind, like it could even be a winnable final for them. I think it's less about the maps and more just about them showing up to the grand final, because I felt like the Series 1 grand final, they just really didn't look like they were ready to play the grand final. It felt like they were under a lot of pressure and G2 was really in their element. So it is much more for me about how do you say it, like that championship mentality that G2 seems to have, and Falcons needs to see if they can kind of embody that a bit. And here we go. You actually predicted this, Billy. You predicted this after all of the huge results in favor of G2. You've told the future here, and I wasn't even considering it until you said it, but it makes a lot of sense, actually.
Oh, wow. I actually have no words. This feels like I'm almost back at Red Bull Instalock with the 3 duelists. Interesting from Falcons Vega. I'm hoping that they're going into this one looking to just have some fun, maybe a little bit of trolling here and there. I mean, what can you really take away from this other than they're looking to go into this grand finals having fun on the opening map?
Do you think this is about also last time round when these guys played each other in the upper bracket quarterfinals? G2 goes and was just having the upper hand every single time, pretty much in those opening duels and locking them out. And so Falcons have gone, well, okay, fine. Well, we'll pick 3 duelists and we'll give ourselves a tactical advantage in that sense, Brisky.
Yeah, but maybe. I don't know if it's like a tactical advantage they're looking for rather than just like running it down, basically, and seeing if they can be confident enough and throw G2's game plan enough off to find some success, because they've gotten smashed every time they've played Breeze. Maybe it's a map that they didn't want to put a whole lot of effort into, like learning a proper comp and like learning the macro and how to play it all, because the map's going out of the pool anyway, so you're kind of just like putting all of that effort in for one grand final. So there could be a lot of different reasons for it, but at the end of the day, I think they just want to play with as much confidence and disrupt G2 as much as they can and put the game state into a position that's so weird that maybe they won't have the same result again, if that makes sense. Like, just play a completely unstandard game.
You have me at weird, which means it is time to get this grand final underway. And I couldn't think of 2 more disruptive people to commentate it than Pavlos and Tombas.
Disruptive. Talk more about this guy rather than myself. But yes, I couldn't be more excited about this final.
I thought she was going to say weirder after that transfer, if I'm honest.
Right, yeah. But let's get into the game. Enough about us. That's enough of an introduction because these teams require it the most. We're talking about the Grim Reaper, Falcons, who in the lower bracket, everyone they played up against got destroyed, eliminated, goodbye. And we've got the 6-time EMEA champ, G2 Gozen, as well as world champ, taking on the stage for another time, looking for their 7th title here. Tom, I couldn't be more excited about this matchup.
Yeah, it's Falcons coming back to face off against the big bad boss of G2. Many teams have tried. As you just said, many more teams have failed. It is going to be a tough one, and I did not expect to see this comp coming in at any point in this grand final. It didn't matter the map. It didn't matter who picked it. This is one where I feel like Falcons have realized, okay, we're not winning that map 1. We lost 13-3 last time. Let's get as spicy as we can and run a triple duelist and just try and out-aim them.
I mean, everything they've been doing that has been working is this aggressive side, and it's already Toki that finds the first kill. G2 have grouped up together. They're looking to move into direction where Falcons are hiding out, and Mary comes off with a bang. Double kill for Vanya to square things up just a little bit. One to the back of the side. Toki needs to be careful here, as G2 have slowly approached little by little, trying to encircle. But it's actually Vanya to take this fight alone, which gives an opportunity for Toki to take this cleanly. Scratch that, is Vanya with a triple. And we're looking at a 2v2 standstill.
Yeah, that's the thing. It doesn't matter what agent you put Vanya on. She'll still put up the highest statistics of anybody in the entire league, other than maybe Rescue, who's now on her team. But it is going to come down to that 2 versus 2 retake with the defense slowly making their way in. And thankfully, one of the players alive is their initiator.
Yeah, it does help. Just a little bit. Finding some information for the back of the site. At least by process of elimination, they know they're not there. But where are they? Amy makes her presence known. A little bit too late for Mad V's liking. Ever now on the hot seat. Obviously not an easy one. And with Amy circulating around, G2 lost the first few kills. But after that, Vanya and Amy came alive.
Yeah, I had faith for a second with Ava being the last player. She's always incredibly good in those situations. I am happy to see that she is at least playing one of those agents that you kind of expect her to be playing. But that's the problem. I feel like G2 are a team that run an incredible default. They're very good at these sort of slow-paced rounds, grouping up, playing together. So even though you're playing this crazy aggressive, off-the-cuff comp, I think if any team on the planet was going to be able to adapt and deal with that, G2 is that team.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you sort of expect to catch teams off guard at any other level, but you are talking about 6-time champs, reigning champs, and they've got a couple of, well, they've got a global title under their, well, name. Well, on the other hand, you've got Mary as well. She's got that global title with her as well. But it's 1 versus 2 at this point.
Yeah, those 2 have been around for quite a while and have many titles to their name. Not even just in one game as well. Now this round, not a lot invested. You've got yourself that Marshal, a few Sheriffs to play with, and Falcons have proven time and time again that in these sort of Antico rounds, they can really do a lot of damage. So G2 goes and definitely being patient, taking their time. They've got a huge advantage in this veto, but this is a map that if by some ungodly way went in the other direction, that would be a travesty.
It really would. And would probably give hope for Falcons to win this title as well. Madvi gets caught in the middle while Toki tries to make her own fate. A bit of a rough one. Vanya was covering her teammates' tracks. G2 looking fairly clean on this. They know they don't want to take any chances. Falcons, yeah, sure, they're on a lower buy. They are on a map they're uncomfortable on. They brought out a outer pocket composition, but they still can shoot, and they need to keep that in mind to not take any risks. That's exactly what they're doing. Spike gone down. You've got Mary and Sandra on the other end grouped up together to try and find some extra spoils of war. Amy's not going to permit that delicacy. At least Sandra will force it out of their hand, but it's just 2 kills to Falcons' names as it's G2 quickly with 2 off the rip.
Yeah, I think it's worth mentioning as well that this first half is actually going to be fairly important. Even with a triple duelist, we have seen some incredible sort of defensive halves as well from the side of G2 goes, and like versus Falcons Vega last time, 10 rounds on the defense, and versus Karma Corp, probably the most impressive individual display I've seen this whole tournament from any player was ResQ in 17 rounds getting 30 kills. And already, well, she was playing with that sniper that picked up Petra, and she was unbelievable with it. So I think this first half for Falcons is incredibly important.
Well, G2 have already switched up the pace a little bit, trying to catch players off guard outside of A main, and it's ResQ to open things up. Super talented. Has topped the charts on the entire league for every game she's played. Mary aggressing, second in line when it comes to stats this tourney, but still it's G2 to come off on top. 3 left, but it's the flank that they're hoping to work most. Amy has brewed something brilliant, and if Falcons aren't too careful, they might be in big trouble here.
I think they already are. Ava is not going to do anything versus Amy. In fact, she's taken down both. Again, another player that's been fantastic on an individual level. And while Toki, in a 1 versus 4 situation, almost completely surrounded, has to go through a Viper's Pit. In other words, this is an impossible victory.
Oh my goodness.
Of all the players to walk out of that Viper's Pit, the one holding an Outlaw was not the one I was expecting.
I don't know how I feel about this, Tom. I know coming into this with the lower bracket run that Falcons have had, you know, getting 2-0 on all of the teams they played, eliminated every single one of them. It was said in the interview with Mimi and Petra as well, it's likely they'd come in with more confidence. Now, playing a wacky comp, one that we don't know how much experience they really have playing, given that the map they played last time around yesterday was a completely different story. So how do you feel about this, really? It's a desperate attempt that could backfire, maybe?
The thing is, I wouldn't mind a wacky comp, but this one for me is a narrow comp, and that's what scares me, is because you have one way to play. You've got a single initiator, you don't have, say for example, the KO, you also don't have yourself the Sentinel, and in both cases, those are agents that are going to get you a lot of information on the defensive side. The only other way to get that information is aggression, so you've tunneled yourself into facing off against Gozen, which I can't say I would ever rely on. If Sandra keeps hitting shots like that, maybe, just maybe.
I mean, safe to say Sandra's entered the aim trainer today. Doing solid work. Mimi, though, won't allow her former teammate to cross, and it should be quite clean. And you're right, you can't really expect more replicated Sheriff shots like that, and then Madvi does this. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt here. They've grouped up together. G2 have got main cover. They haven't even crossed onto the site yet, which puts pressure on them to move onwards. Though, with that dagger, both revealed, position telegraphed, recalibration going all the way around the world here.
I think maybe trying to get back behind the player in main and maybe get a weapon. That would be the big thing, if they can get a gun alongside this.
I think they got spotted on the minimap slightly. Oh, never mind. Mimi turns around, but it's just in time. An opportunity for Falcons there, perhaps, making it damaging for G2, keeping them on their toes. But G2 haven't lost a round yet.
No, and the rounds that have gone before have been very clean. So it's all well and good, like doing a little bit of damage, getting some orbs up for yourself. But ultimately, in the grand scheme of things, this is not going to hurt G2 Gozen too much, as they will have a lot of cash still remaining in the bank, ready for this next round. Ultimates, obviously, still not on the patch that has Super Empress, which is going to allow for that ult to last the whole round. It still sucks. And on the other side of things, Petra already having a Hunter's Fury as well. And with, as said, with aggression, a single kill here, and you're going to reveal the entire opposing team.
We can see G2 goes in this time taking the mid approach. 3 players from Falcons already rotated over, but somehow G2 goes in, don't miss their fights. Super important kills missed from Falcons on different fronts. Eva can't find a shot to rescue.
I know exactly.
Can't salvage the situation, and as soon as the round starts, it might have just ended. Sandra, desperately, you can see her taking her pace, is trying to approach, but G2's got a guarantee as well in the making, even though EMEA is the one to get the finishing blow. G2 with an Andalusia flawless pick up 5.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just going from bad to worse. This one was more of G2 basically playing off the back of that Hunter's Fury as more of a disruptive piece of utility. It wasn't really aiming just to get a kill. I think using an ult like that off the rip only really has one goal, and that was to make space for Rescue to sort of get that little bit more aggressive, get into a position where she can do damage. But yeah, no surprise. Falcons Vega are going to take themselves a pause. You've got Vania, who's yet to die, is 7-0, but Amy's 7-1. Like, this has been such a clean start to this game for G2 Gozen, and I think even if this is a okay, let's throw everything into the wind, let's take a big risk with this comp, even just for your confidence levels, if they're gonna get just like 13-2'd on this map, going into the next one, I don't know if Falcons are gonna have the ability to mentally reset into that next one.
How do you reset after something like that, right? How do you put this behind you? But for now, the timeout has been taken out. And from the games I've seen from Falcons this split, they have been able to convert some success off the back of these timeouts, right? Some reads, perhaps, some good switch-up tempo. It's good that they're bringing it now, although they're quite far behind. Whether they're able to replicate that same success they found in the lower bracket with these timeouts will be seen, obviously. G2 goes in, different beast. But it must help G2 goes and have those 2 bans off the rip, right? Be able to pick out their weaknesses and Falcons' successes. Sunset out, where Falcons have played predominantly most of their games. It's just too strong. And on that upper bracket run, you know, obviously they deserve that privilege.
I'll see what they can pull out. Obviously, this round has some gaps in it. I think Mary's Blade Storm is always going to be the highlight. We've seen her have a really impressive performance, especially in their lower bracket final. I think she was the best player in that match. And that's the thing with Falcons. We've seen a lot of depth in this roster in general, but that was the game where I felt like she really brought them through. And maybe there's a chance to do some damage in this round, but again, G2 are so patient. You've got space being taken by Amy, you got a main hold, and then the rest of the players building up into B, and there's not a lot to delay. It's only that Viper util. Everything else is just firefights.
I mean, they're also just a little bit extra curious due to the timeout. Has anything been hooked up? Just want to be diligent with this one. For good reason. Rescue, first blood. The B site will be taken over. It's empty barren. Falcons have left it for their opponents to take, but Amy's being such a menace. Try to rotate, she says. She's not going to let anybody cross. Basically splitting the map in 2 right now. Keeping Falcons on this right-hand side. At least they've got some space to move in through mid, but Sandra is walking on eggshells.
I've got to be careful, but the fact is, even getting in to this site is going to be impossible. The flank may not even matter. Mary needs to try and find something on that entry, and well, it's just not happening. Already multiple players dropped. Mad V does have the rifle, but well, I mentioned that sniper earlier in the day. She doesn't miss.
No, absolutely not. She's been so influential. But let's look at the bright side, right? Falcons, obviously they took the timeout. It wouldn't have been for the previous round. They were pistols, there were marshals. But I think this is where you can call this call this map over, right? We're talking about another buy round, one of the few left, right? They can't keep going 1 for 1 because losing 1 round ends up making them lose 2 as they're back to a lower eco. Mary is on the operator. She's been impactful on that. She needs to make it work here.
Yeah. Rescue's actually dropped over, though. Got rid of that outlaw and purchased one of our own. She's looking to almost try and battle and brawl. And again, I think they've been able to get a lot of this tube control for free. So just already going walkabouts. Bear in mind, a lot of what is denied using that is a cipher which they don't have. So they could just walk all the way through. And as of right now, there is no information. The players on A would be dead to rights if they wrap back around.
And no one is looking in this direction, not even considering turning around. This is free real estate, and G2 are making this their own realm. Toki might have a chance to catch someone here, but the timing is off and doesn't look in the right direction. Turn 90 degrees. Oh, dear me. Knows something's wrong. Rescue's down, but Mimi's there for the guarantee. It's traded, but now the info is there for Falcons. What do you do with it is the question. The two players out from B have rotated backwards. They don't know how strong the spawn pressure is. Eva takes care of Mimi. Falcons finally have an advantage in a round.
Definitely the best chance that they've had. A quick rotation. Also having the ult online to clear a lot of early information is going to give them the best chance they have to get on the board.
Hunter's Fury as well available for Ava, but Vanya being super sneaky and buying the time here. Madvi didn't have the chance to clear it out with the Dimensional Drift, but Vanya sticks by. Madvi using elevation to her own advantage. Petra, though, will stick together with Amy to try and take this on. It's a clutch for Petra that would put Falcons 6 feet under at this point. She might just be able to do it with chip damage with the shot dart. Madvi is low, Mary as well, diffuse halfway, but Mary is there to save the day. Falcons finally with a round on the board.
Yeah, just about. Even the spams through the smoke that Petra did at the end, you can see 30 and 10 HP. For the mathematicians out there, 40 between them. And honestly, it is a bit of a miracle they got that round. I know that you want to come into these moments and come out with positivity. The positives that they won their fights, but the gap that was left in that round is mortifying. The fact that G2 goes and were able to get all the way up mid and get in behind them, and it was only really off some good timing that they're able to not lose like half their team in those battles. We'll see. There has to be a response, and straight away I like that. Okay, Falcons have now spotted the gap. Two players immediately walking up tube, but of course, there's now a response from the attack as well. They're not playing the same.
But Breeze is so wide. Close one gap, another one is created. And Rescue trying to approach it instantly. Mary. And characteristically misses the first tough shot. And if G2 think of going even further, it's the battle of the young ladies going after each other, right? It's Rescue, Mary, both picked up by G2 goes and made prodigies. But now on different sides of the coin. It's 4 versus 4 as the initial trades do take place, but G2 goes and have taken up alley control again.
Timing could have been worse. Toki a little bit lucky in the last round to catch a kill or two, and this time she gets the polar opposite. 3 players standing. Hunter's Fury for Ava as well. Definitely gives them an opportunity to try and find something, but look at where G2 are holding from. They have 3 players in mid. I don't know if Falcons will expect that.
No, it's not. It's going to be a difficult one to read.
Scanning ahead.
Unorthodox for sure. Falcons are definitely probably wanting to focus to the back of the site, maybe A main, into cave, but no. G2's holding doors, first one red. They'll probably think that's clear now. Petra onto the site is still building time. So strong. Amy knows she doesn't need to do anything here, but she still does it anyway. And Mary has to call this attempt off. As soon as Falcons get one round on the board, G2 says, no, that's enough, no more.
This was just such a well-played round from G2. Again, like they know that there's gaps in this defense, a little bit more delayed with how they did it, used the cap to make sure that if they were countered, they were patient. And then Rescue's just basically selling a fake, sending the jet in on the other side of the map. It's always going to pull rotations away. And when it came down to the late round, Petra was basically, just as she does on the cams, dancing, trying to pull players in, trying to be that distraction. And well, in this case, as in many, the Gozen players are good enough that the distraction can be enough to win you the round.
And back into economical recession. And that's not sustainable, not at all. Brilliant start from G2 to get them going. First map of this grand final. This is a grand final, by the way. This is not looking good for this Falcon side. They need to bring it back, but it's not likely going to be this one. Let's see what they've got. At least they've got 2 players close to this endeavor. But Toki is locked in between a rock and a hard fight. It's not an easy one at all. Mary and Madvi made their rifles work. Hang on a second. Madvi is traded right back up, and there are upgrades available. Mary from mid, and Mimi all of a sudden is alone. How has this crumbled in this way? What a transition! Mimi could be huge, but Madvi is there with a triple to put Falcons on 2.
Great round, at least individually. They've managed to pull that one back, do a little bit of damage. Of course, G2 are going to come swinging right at them, but at least this time they keep a couple of players up, and winning when you don't necessarily have all of the weaponry there always gives that extra little boost. And you can see they are starting to have those adaptations, like players ready for those tube pushes. It has been a common pressure point that G2 have been playing around, consistently going in that direction. The thing is, though, now we need to see some streak of rounds. Breaking the economy may be impossible, but that's a great start.
Mary's great at finding openers, and she just did it again. I think for the first time in this series, though, to be fair. Let's see how much more she can get. It's Rescue that looks to lead the charge here. Trying to pull her team in with her. That flash is superb, but only accounts for one. It's traded, so Falcons still on top here. G2 looking to push through, break these lines of defense. Mary is so damn low, but still resilient. Vanya a bit rough around the edges, so may think of getting away from this. And then there's a very uncomfortable fight with Rescue up close that she still loses. Petra now on the hot seat against 4. Does not like her chances, but we'll give it a go. Petra has seen good clutches in the past, but this round won't be one of them. Falcons are making damage control here with 3 now collected.
Yeah, and we are starting to see what you kind of get when you put these players on those aggressive agents. Like the initial peak, fantastic. The Hunter's Fury in support after a fantastic pop flash as well. And then once they can group up and actually take on the fights together, that's where this team truly looks dangerous. And they have managed to sort of damage that economy at least a bit. A couple of players getting a little bit lower, so G2 Gozna just going to take a moment. And I do wonder if this will be the point where they almost opt to slow down a little bit. I think some of the fights that they've been taking are just, okay, we can just swarm because they don't have delaying utility. Well, okay, now going back to those defaults that were successful in a lot of the earlier rounds, I think maybe the call to make.
It's a good idea. Not keeping things get out of control, let them spiral. And it's good respect as well for Falcons. Yeah, they had a difficult start, to say the least, but you've always got to respect your opponent. And with just a couple rounds left in the half, you want to make sure you get the best lead. Because in an ideal world for Falcons, they could grab 2 rounds, and that 7-0 start, that 6-0 start that G2 had meant nothing. And 7-5 is very doable.
Yeah, I'd say the bearer of bad news in a lot of cases, but the defense has been the stronger side for Gozen anyway. But I guess, again, you have to take into consideration the comp. It's going to be more of a dive setup in a lot of cases for the side of Falcons. So I'd say for them, definitely more opportunities when it comes to that attack. For now, though, again, that slightly slower pace. Although saying that, Rescue wants to take the fight versus Mary, and it's the same battle, and Mary gets the same result.
We knew Mary and Rescue would have a baller of a fight, and this head-to-head is something to behold, and it's already shaping up to be quite exciting. Rescue has been leading the charts, and this time Mary gets the better of her for a few times in a row here. G2, though, transition into mid. Why a lot of pressure? Falcons are respecting it. Look how far backwards Eva is. G2 are given a lot of space. On the side. And Amy thinks better of it. Barely standing, by the way, 1 point of health.
Spike down B. 1 enemy remaining.
Damn. Toki. Good double. And it looks to be a very clean one from Falcons. G2 throw in a timeout, but Falcons make it look seamless. Andalusia flawless.
Round before the switch.
Yeah, no, a big round from them individually. Like, I think you've seen those sort of contact plays, and that's what's really working out with the agent composition that they have. So you've got the initial from Mary. Every single round you're going to see her take a fight with that operator. This, though, from Toki was actually impressive and a bit more disjointed from G2 Gozen, which is not something I expected to be saying on this map, but maybe not expecting necessarily for her to be there. But ultimately, a spot where I think that she probably should have got 1, maybe 2, but coming out with so many multi-frags is very impressive.
I think we can tell where this is going here from G2. Very aggressive onto the B site, but it's not the best defense lineup here for Falcons. It's just Sandra to try and hold this down with a Hunter's Fury, getting her dispositioned. Allows Amy to cleanly pick her up as well. I don't think Rescue is looking to slow down at all. Keeping this distance closed. And Euro Theft is exactly the ultimate they need for the setup. looking at Falcons as they seem to be approaching.
Hit down. I said the time's already going to be ticking. Rescue's just looking to be as disruptive as possible.
Oh.
But that trade back at least keeps things even. Amy going down as well. The thing is, they've still got to clear this pit.
Yeah, Vanya's the linchpin. If you don't clear it, G2 will win. Otherwise, it might just be the dub here for Falcons to close up the distance. But Mimi and Vanya come alive. And there's not many players on this Falcons side remaining. And Mimi's position is just too damn dangerous. Ever, this is damn difficult to cross through. It's like you're looking to move into a child's bedroom that has Legos all over the place. You don't want to step anywhere. It's a painful way to go down. And it's G2 to close at the half on a high 8-4. But I can't help but think, Tom, that this isn't as bad as it all began with.
Oh no, it's 6-0 down, it finishes 8-4. That's not bad at all. And I can only hope that a lot of the plan revolves around what they're going to do on this attacking side. Like, obviously, you end up starting defense. That was their choice, but it does allow for a build into the game, the comebacks to happen. And one thing I will say is the combination of a Yoru Reyna. I know that this is probably going to trigger some like Reyna haters out there, but you can do some cool combinations with the flashes. I think if you're going like balls to the wall straight into the site, and you have the Leer comboed with a flash and a TP, there's going to be players blind on that site, and it's going to be difficult to play against.
Time to see the approach. This is Falcons basically saying, we're going to keep things quick, fast, explosive. Well, not for now, but they're basically challenging G2 to keep up. Let's see how this one is actually put into play. Cross is allowed, permitted. G2 have got the information. Rotations on their way.
Rescue, this kill will be big. If she can find the opener, never mind. It's actually a shock dart that clears out Ava. But leaving that player in the backline could be a huge problem. I think Toki's going to play a big part in this round.
And there are more players looking to join her as well. Sandra holding down the line, making things difficult, but doesn't make me expect another player to be behind. There's not only Mad V, Mary's there as well.
Last player standing.
Whoa, what a shot. But it's just not too good. Or good enough, at least. And that's G2 going to be winning a very important pistol, disallowing Falcons from closing up the gap that quick.
Yeah, I don't mind the initial idea. I think it was just a little bit too much of a commitment to a plant that wasn't necessarily for that spot. It meant that you had to almost rush around just in case. I love the combinations coming out from Gozen again, the power of having that snake bite alongside the shock dart. But again, like you eventually, with nobody shooting at you from main, there's going to be that realization. I think if Falcons leave one player behind, that could have been really high impact, but you understand with the player down already, the need, the want to try and take a risk. They won't be doing that in this round, though. It's going to be the Sheriffs again. A faster paced look towards this A side, but you can already see, I think G2 are being fairly quick with their rotations to make sure there's plenty of players available.
You can't help but think nerves are starting to kick in for Falcons here. And some decision-making may be off Falcons. We've seen the Sheriff shoot. Could be the Sheriffs be damn good this entire tournament. Quite a few eco conversions. But unlike Falcons, G2 do have a Cypher, so they will be well aware of a push like this.
They almost got a bit lucky with the timing, but Petra's not going to utilize that drone, and the trip being broken, it does at least hold a player in position to have to watch. With already the jet being caught out outside A, I don't think there's going to be any early rotations just yet. I guess the only thing is the two players on the other side of the map are still going to be committed there, so a chance to potentially try and overwhelm a player or two, but ultimately,
30 seconds left.
I think I have faith in Vanya.
Yeah, who wouldn't at this point? Actually, she's even got the friend of Mimi behind her. Bit of a wide angle of play. Mary, what on earth was that? That was incredible. Though Vanya will be sticking around for a little longer. The time is of essence here. 10 seconds, and they're ticking quick. Petra looking to approach to put more pressure onto this Falcons side. Shock that does do damage, but the spike goes down nevertheless. Falcons have got the numbers, and one stick stuck by here on Orange does get discovered. Toki on the lurk, keeps things difficult. Mad V on the other end is enough to secure the win. Falcons with the second round of the half win.
Maybe I had too much faith. Again, it seems like the pistol record, even when you go into the match yesterday from Falcons, was horrific. What they're able to do in these second rounds is incredibly impressive. And just having that late lurk from Toki, I think that was the difference maker. Sure, that a shot or two is hit by the duelist towards the ends, but just the timing of her managing to sneak around behind, it's given them a lifeline.
100%. You might have even considered them out at that point, but now there's definitely a lot to play with. Upgraded rifles. And this time it's G2's turn to take things a little bit on the aggressive side. Falcons definitely read that. Expect it, anticipate it, damage done. Toki making sure she stays alive there by a thread, really. 5 points of health. Now Petra does have a lurk that she's creating. Potentially could kill a couple of players that are low. But the round should fall into place for Falcons. She might be a little bit too late to the party here. Yeah, they read the position. Mary turns around in time, knows what her former teammate is up to, and allows Falcons to close the gap little by little.
Yeah, and Andaluthia flawless as well. Winning a second round and then flawlessly winning the next. That's going to be huge for the economy. Means that there's, again, great opportunities for them to drag this one back. And as said, like on the attack side, do I like this comp? No. Is it workable? Yes. Especially with more of a death ball tradey style, which is, again, I think if they'd play something more normal, well, we already have the stats. They managed to get 3 rounds on this map, so they've already doubled up. Let's see how much more they can do.
Well, I'm already noticing a key difference from the last time these two teams played. G2 were very good at shutting down Mary. And quite a different game to the rest that Mary has played, but now that's definitely not the case. She's making this map whatever she pleases. G2 though take early A main pressure, gets a bit of info, but what does that cause to the reactions? Any rotations? You can see Petra falling a little bit further back here to try and assist on that right hand side.
I'm liking the patience. I think again, when you have a composition like this, you expect it to just all be fast-paced, run it down like Paper X, W key. Instead, though, they're playing with those rotations a little bit still. Goes and do have themselves 3 players ready and waiting at the back of this site.
Yeah, it's somewhat like the best-case scenario for G2. For Falcons to move in here, they've got 2 very dangerous agents, make it 3. That could create nasty combos. Vanya is the first contact, though. Holding a bit more of a passive angle, waiting for Falcons to make the first move. And in fact, she will. It's Mary that aggresses inwards, but it's Vanya to find the first kill. And with 20 seconds to spare, it feels like Falcons are a bit frantic with this. Dropping kills left and right does not help them at all. And G2 are playing this together. It's Vanya and Amy, sisters in arms, holding hands with this one. And ever in a desperate effort to keep things damaging for the opposing side, will look to concede this round as the clock runs out.
She's alive. I think she may just about, luckily, again, the finances are good, but yeah, I think that's just another classic team synergy round coming out of that B-side defense, like Vanya and Amy. You'd think they'd been on a team for years at this stage, maybe like a Mimi Petra scenario, but
sure.
That was just so clean. The initial kill, cage pop to support, falling back to cover the angle that could have allowed Vanya to be isolated. It's the credit to Amy's utility and obviously credit to all of the shots hit by Vanya at the same time.
Scanning ahead.
And this has put G2 right back in the fight. Not only right back in the fight, but in the momentum to close out the map. And as a whole, Falcons, again, the patience approach, the spread out one. I'm missing a bit of that bravado here, Falcons. That spark, the thing that made you special. That caught many teams off guard, but G2 doesn't seem to stand in your way. Well, they definitely seem to stand in your way. It's actually the complete opposite. It's 2 players now on this B site. Falcons might have created an opening here, but the spike takes some time to cross over.
And of course, G2 are not just going to sit there, already clearing around the flank, but also making a move around elbow. This could leave Ava completely surrounded. It's more so if she's going to hear the steps. I think she has. Vanya is going to be going down, but now the other two players can almost look to try and deal with her. It seems like Ava has a pretty decent read. In fact, Ava manages to win that second kill, but there's also Mimi, and she'll get her as well. A third kill in the round, leaving Petra alone.
But what can realistically Petra do? She doesn't even know there's a player to that left-hand side. Mad V comes out of her nudge, her corner, and is able to bring Falcons right back in. Perfectly played by Eva.
Well, that was a scenario where you look at her positioning and go, okay, she should be dead to the right. Like, especially after getting that first kill. Like, you can forgive Vanya for not necessarily expecting somebody to just be waiting there, especially with more aggressive post plants being played a lot of the time by Falcons, but the fact that she's able to adjust onto a couple more players is massively impressive. Again, showing the clutch factor and the caliber that Ava is bringing to this team. Come on now. 3 rounds to the difference. Pistols on the board once more. That economy from Falcons is not going anywhere. They're definitely not out of this map just yet.
Seeing a key difference from Falcons' approach against G2 is on the attacking side. They're not taking much of that mid real estate. Just bunching up on these extremities, holding back, expecting something proactive from this G2 side. They know what the eco looks like. It's Mary to move up forward. She's got Mad V with her. And that elbow position could be quite tricky. Again, G2, plenty of holders towards this B site. You could also see Rescue trying to assist in her own way. They've cleared out a lot of area. Mimi is also pushed out in mid. This could cause trouble for Mary. And it could cause trouble for the rest of the Falcons as well. It's fully stacked up over. Bring every G2 player to this party. They're looking to hold this down with Sheris. Not going to make it easy for this Falcons side. They look to fly in. It's Sandra with first blood. Can they discover the rest? Caught with pants down here as Petra and Amy look to turn it around. Toki circulating, navigating through this site. But again, it's Mimi on the back line, and she hasn't yet been discovered. Beautiful kill. Spike in no man's land, and Mary's call to do it all. Amy, Mimi against Mary. 9 seconds. Mary finds it. Super crucial. And now with the spike being planted, we're looking at a duel. It's the Prodigy and her ex-sensei. She drops back, takes a breath in, makes sure she's not visible from that angle. Mimi's still got the Sheriff, but she's been super strong with it so far. And the spray will be enough to find the bullet between the eyes. The Red Bull clutch by Mary to bring Falcons back to life.
I don't know how she's managed to pull that one off. Honestly, so many moments in that round where this looked over. The stack to start with, but it's more so Mimi's patience. Just waiting for somebody to go for the plant, knowing that her teammate was at the back of the site. And from this stage onwards, 15 seconds left. It's that kill there. Amy looking to try and end the round a little early, and that is enough. That's all the space that Mary needs to put this one to just 2. From 6-0 down, the climb back has been incredibly impressive. Losing the second pistol as well, it looked like almost a death sentence. But somehow, Falcons are making a kooky comp competitive, and I'm genuinely not sure how.
It's mad to see, and I think rounds like those, moments like those, make this a little bit personal, right? Sort of a comeback, sort of a proof that the first time these two teams met in playoffs this time around was a fluke, and Mary's out for vengeance. Could build a lot of confidence for Falcons here. Dangerous confidence that G2 goes in, I'm sure won't enjoy.
No, but as you said earlier, like Falcons, they've always been good after pauses. G2, no slouches either. Still in the lead. Into that defensive side as well. As I said, I think Rescue's operator was what put Carmine Corp completely in the ground. She was truly unbelievable on this defensive side. So, see what she can do here. And, wow. If you were ever worried about her confidence, you're a fool.
No, Rescue has been online every single game so far. Haven't seen her underperform at any moment. Always good for one, and probably good for a second. And on the operator, posted up very far forwards. And Falcons again, they're slow-paced. Game! Oh, the swing comes out, but Rescue has to forfeit that ground, as Mimi might be in trouble here. There are two players that are looking to put pressure on this A site, keep players busy. But the plan hasn't quite been put in place for Falcons yet.
The fact is, after a pause, you kind of expect some sort of change, some sort of aggressive approach, and with nothing really being had, this is now getting quite interesting. That spike is still down, but I don't think there's any plan to go in this direction. It is all just a ruse, a fake out to try and get them to go back in the other direction. That spike's going to be retrieved, and now Amy is going to be left as the lone defender.
Cam broken as well. Amy's got a lot on her plate to do here. She might just be able to do it. Using the trap wire to her advantage, that's a double. And now she's got assistance. Rescue is already here. She might be the saving grace to this round. 13 seconds, the pressure's on Falcons, but it's an Amy show today. No one shall stop Amy when B is under her domain. An ace by Amy to put Falcons in their graves.
Oh, that was so sick from start to finish. Well, we sort of said when she joined this team, she was replacing one of the best Sentinels as one of the best Sentinels. But this is just what she can do. A full fake throws G2 through a loop. The entirety of their team rotate to the other side of the map, leaving just Amy, and she kills every single member with perfect Cypher utility, perfect precision. There's nothing more you can ask of your Sentinel than what we've just seen there.
It's around when we thought they were in trouble, right? One defender on the B site. This is looking bad. Falcons have played it correctly. They've lured out the defenders. You can play it as correctly as you want. You can play it as good as you want. But when Amy is lurking in the shadows, wow, second guess yourself maybe.
If you want to know how good that fake was, I think about 1 second before they sprinted into the site and the cam was broken, they popped the null command on the other side of the map. Mimi popped it. So they were fully sold that that was an A take. They had absolutely no idea that that was going to be a sprint into B in the last second until it happened. And then you just see that pure god tier Sentinel take over of just reactions in the moment. And that is something that you cannot teach. I don't even think you can train.
Sure.
That is just ability. And that's something that Amy has in bucket loads.
And if any confidence was reinstated from Mary's clutch just a couple rounds ago, you might as well just rip that out to them again. You've got to have some mental resiliency to go through games like these. A grand final, if you want to be called champs, if you want to beat a team like G2 goes and Vanya, on a little bit of an excursion herself, does get spotted and opts to drop back. No. Second helping. Can't help herself. She can taste it, she can smell it. And she's got players here to help her out as well. I'm a fan of this. Falcons are making noise. Hunter's Fury is sure. That's a lot of damage. Tag on all three. Can the collecting happen? It has. Here comes a reckoning. Mary does drop, so that's G2 with the advantage. And they can just hold back because they know they've whittled down the defense, the attacking.
Yeah, a lot of ults still to play with though for Falcons. They managed to get that dimensional drift online. I'm sure it's infuriating that they've lost Mary along the way. Normally the tip of the spear in a lot of these fights. And now they're going to have to run back into the lion's den with a little bit of support this time.
Well, the classic ping me. It's, or shoot at me rather, but still G2 come out on top. And with the spike left a little bit further behind and the rotation from G2 coming, I don't like Falcon's chances. Sandra put into the dirt instantly. A kick into the ground. And Toki is looking to concede this. Of course she will. There's no money in the bank. It's all run dry. And with G2 winning this round, they'll be finding themselves on map points of map 1 of this grand final.
It's kind of where we expected them to be with the composition that was chosen by Falcons. A gamble to say the least, but they have definitely been making this map competitive. And as we saw yesterday in the final map of the lower bracket final, they definitely can streak rounds together when they need it most. Still got themselves 3 ultimates online, and well, 2 of them are pretty good. The Blade Storm and that Viper's Pit. could definitely play a big part in this next round. On the other side of things, you do have that Blade Storm as well, and Viper's Pit only one away. Problem, though, is what weapons they have alongside it. It is not a pretty picture.
No, not at all. But at least they've got agents that can close up gaps pretty quickly. But a map on Breeze, you've got to be very careful how you navigate. Rescue as well, dashes forwards. Maybe a bit of a misclick still. Doesn't work out. It's Toki on the sideline. Potential for 2 there, so they might be hitting themselves after that one. Mary's got it all covered, though. Somehow Rescue finds a trade, but Mary is there again. And that's an operator in her hands. I think they might have just secured this round, Tom.
For G2, there is still finances.
One enemy remaining.
They could try and risk something here, but it definitely is a risk when you're facing off against Mary in prime form. 19 and 13 on the board. She has been thriving on this jet, and while I don't think Mimi wants a piece of that pie, she's going to fall back. Just trying to hold on to the weapon, even though they can still buy in the next round. It's not worth just throwing an extra gun into the wind. And that's the thing, that this can happen at any moment for Falcons. A player can take off, a player can explode into the server, and even though a lot of what they're having to do is a little bit more basic, like contact plays and looking for those firefights, as said, they're still making this one competitive.
Mighty competitive. And look, 12-9 isn't at all out of reach. Yeah, of course, 3 chances and everything like that. And 3 mistakes, however way you want to take it, whichever side you want to look at. But this is a completely different story from what we began with, and it's momentum they need to carry. It's a sense of morale that you need to hold with you. Operator on both ends. Oh, I really want to see this duel take place again.
Still an expensive investment, though. Like this round, obviously, either Falcons lose or they keep on going, but it could be the one that breaks things for the side of G2. An immediate Viper's Pit, just to try and hold them back through A main. They hit a couple of decent contact plays in that direction, and it also means they can bolster up that defense on the other side of the map, mid being held by Petra because of the space taken by Rescue. Now she's had this fight before. She's even swung it before, so you know that the players on the other side are going to be waiting for it. Question, though, is who's quicker?
Where was the drone? Was that further back or in mid? I missed it. Didn't spot it. Ooh, it's Mad V to kill off Petra. It was Petra's drone, sure. Rescue, though, knows his presence, draws out blades as it's point-blank fight she has to take. But Falcons are back on track. Amy, though, she's done terrifically on this B site. She's going to have to replicate it again. And without knowing that the rest of the team can be there to back her up, it's only Mimi that was quick on her heels to try and assist. Though the spike has been thrown into the site, not quite planted, but Falcons are putting a lot of pressure. Left. But it's that clock that is more pressuring than anything else. It's just who's going to pull the trigger to swing, and it's not going to be G2. Falcons find the space eventually as the toxins come right back up. Who will take this? Vanya, Amy, 2 different angles. Mimi looking to back up Amy as well, but Eva, make sure that doesn't happen. And again, G2 falling further behind. Falcons just so close to tasting the double digits. All they have to do is dig their heels down and grab it all as it's handed to them. Toki's got a perfect line of fire as well, but Vanya will beg to differ. 2 remaining, but Toki will not give her the benefit of doing so. It's Falcons on 10, 2 away from a potential OT.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised, especially with the last 2 players remaining, that G2 still commit to that. Like a 4v2 retake. Like, okay, we've seen them pull it off in the past, but not normally on occasions where the finances might get a little bit tight or things might become a bit more problematic. I think they'll still be scraping together, right? But yeah, you can already see like some of the pieces missing, maybe even opting to take a bit of a lower purchase here because of those players going down. Definitely think that might have been a little bit of an overcommitment from them. Uh-oh.
I think Mary might have spotted movement. Maybe on the mini-map. She gives it a second go. Well, they at least know an outlaw is posted up, but do you expect Vanya to be that far deep?
Yes, that's the trap, really. Like trying to bait someone into pushing this angle, and Mary is making that move. I'm a little bit surprised actually that we don't have Rescue, the one playing the sniper. It's definitely been her gun of choice so far, but maybe wanting to try and be a little bit more dynamic, quick in the movement. She's been caught off a few times with just how methodical Falcons have been at clearing a lot of these angles. Again, though, grouping up into this death ball, and G2 seem to once more have a pretty decent read. 3 players ready and waiting on this B site.
And somehow the Dimensional Drift is again available for Mad V. It's been maybe 4 uses already this map. Mimi says that Mary cannot breathe no more. That was incredible. How did that come her way? Still, Sandra to the back of the site. I think she's realized what the stack is starting to look like. Amy is able to drag one down with her, but I think the story has been written. With only 2 versus 3 and Petra with just the Sheriff, is there a gun she can get her hands on? I think that's the big question. How much can she close the gap to receive a rifle? Is Toki that has done the damage. Petra close by. If she found the second shot onto Sandra, that would have been magnificent. But it's Falcons to close up the gap completely.
God, just within 1. OT on the cards, and I don't think anybody would have been predicting that for this map. A map that has been one of the best for G2 Goes, and a comp that was a massive risk being taken, and a 6-0 start for the reigning champions of EMEA. And even still, we find ourselves just 1 round the difference. Of course, for G2, they do still have an investment. This is what they were saving for, the purchase that could take them over the line, and all will be forgotten. Rescue has had enough. She's taken this into her own hands.
And no one's going to push her, though. Toki's the only person considering this angle.
Maybe Ava.
Maybe. Not quick enough. No, it is quick enough. Eva did get shot.
An unfortunate truth that leaves her desperately low. Her dart in the last round was what revealed 3 players at the back of the site. Again, though, this tube control is going to be fought for. The rotation of Petra, who's been caught out quite a few times on this defensive side, either rotating or just trying to get information for the team. Abby, unfortunately, has already used up any utility. Just going to go back through the door.
Petra, back of the spike spotted. Oh dear me, Vanya is there to crossfire it. 45 seconds. Falcons, it feels like they've already made the decision. They need to hit on this A site, but Vanya needs to die first. And it feels like they are being caught off 1 by 1 here. G2 have got plenty of fights that they take up simultaneously. Mad V is forced to do it by herself here. Already doing great against Mimi, isolating her. She needs to find 2 more and get the spike as well. And I think she might just have the timing to do it, but whether she can enter on the site back safely after, that's another question.
15 seconds left. Plant will go in, but you can already see the G2 players looking to try and close the gap together. Take this into that 2v1 scenario as they potentially line up. And of course, it's going to be Rescue to close it. An incredible performance, honestly, from the side of Falcons. I thought that they were dead to rights within the first 6 rounds. They make it close, but close, Pavlos, is not quite enough in this first map.
It definitely isn't, but let me tell you, I think that also doesn't end the story here, right? We're looking at a best of 5 grand final. This is just the beginning. And from the consideration that, you know, Falcons could have lost this terribly bad with a 6-0 start in favor of G2 Gozen, I think that comeback sort of birthed a spark, you know, some belief that they can actually get themselves a win against G2 today.
No, the fact is this was a map that was almost 100% in my mind, in most people's mind, going in the direction of G2 Gozen.
Yeah.
And okay, maybe it did. Maybe that's what happened. But the fact is, it was close.
The fact is also that Sandra wasn't lying when she said, we are cooking. So let's see what else they've got cooked up for this grand final as we throw it to a break into our next map.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Throne calls your name. Your soul, you will walk out pure and whole, stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more.
So, you see Breeze in the map veto. You think, okay, right, well, G2 won this last time they faced Falcons 13-3. You then see that Falcons have picked 3 duelists, and their former duelist who moved aside so that Merrick could be duelist isn't actually playing one of those 3 duelists. And you think, okay, this is going to be a quick map, especially as G2, they race through and power through those first 6-round wins. And then, Pelski, things went differently to what I guess we expected for the rest of the map. Talk me through it.
I feel like Falcons, it was like one of those bad, like cheesy Groundhog Day movies, and they were just trying to do like whatever the most random thing was to break the curse, you know, like just pick 3 duelists into the first map of the grand final. Why not? But you know what? It did have its merits. You know, the comp wasn't played perfectly, I would say. You know, they didn't even push a lot on defense. They were playing quite passive at the start of the game, which was not really working well for them. On attack, they played very, very slow. But it did have its merits. Like, they had a lot of interesting things down, like swapping out the op to the Viper in B main, but playing triple duelist against Amy when she's in this form is very difficult. She was a big asset for G2 on this defense, locking down the sites, and she had an impeccable performance after being G2's like lowest rated player so far this stage, which she still had pretty decent stats, don't get me wrong. She drops 300 ACS in the first map.
I mean, it just speaks volumes about Amy and why she's the best Sentinel in this league, when she is able to ace a B site when she's fully on her own, and she's got 3 duelists plus 2 more coming her way, Billy.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the point I was going to make. If you're playing triple duelists and you're still unable to break into Amy's site holds, then that tells you something about Amy's Sentinel usage. Yeah, Amy had a great map going into this one, and I can't wait to see what comes next.
It's interesting, though, because we were watching the game and we were having a discussion about Amy. And Pelski, you brought up the fact that Amy has not been the best rated player for G2 recently. I would argue she was the best player on Ascend, and now she's on G2. She doesn't have to be the best rated player. You know, she's a Sentinel. She's got to hold those sites down, but she doesn't have to be an absolute superstar. Do you think Amy's performance here, that's not a one-off? That's something we're going to see from her for the rest of this grand final?
I mean, there's only so many frags to go around, but definitely, you know, if she's tested on the site holds and she's feeling in form today, then there's going to be plenty more highlights and plenty more multi-frags like we saw from her on Ascend. We know what her level is, and we know what she was brought into G2 to do, and that's exactly what she showcased for us on Breeze.
We should talk also about another player who I know that producer Lara will be very excited to highlight, because it is her second grand final, the first Spanish player in Game Changers to achieve back-to-back finals. It is Toki, and actually at the start of this stage, she actually moved aside for Mary to take up the primary duelist role. And then earlier today, Billy, we saw this very interesting tweet from G2's coach. What did you make of this?
Yeah, I mean, I think given the fact that they did just play triple duelist and we didn't actually get to see Toki on that duelist position, I know we've seen Mad V and Sandra on duelist, we know that we can play it, but given the stats that Toki was putting up throughout last year on duelist, I don't know, it was just a little strange for me at least to see her move and stay onto that controller role when Falcons decided, actually, we're going to run triple duelist on this map.
The thing is as well, like the comp, Mad V's that flash roll player, and Yoru on attack can be kind of like a pseudo initiator. But I will say I agree. You know, you could have put Sandra on a Cypher, you could have put Sandra on an initiator, which she's played a couple of times. I would have loved to see Toki on the duelist. At the end of the day, though, they were getting some value out of her. They had that B execute that was giving them a lot of success on attack when Amy didn't shut them down, where they would swap the rifle over to the jet, and then Toki on the controller will get thrown the op and sit in B main, and we know how well she can op because she used to be the primary op on that team and use the rifle as well. So there are some pros and cons for sure, but would have loved to see her playing one of the duelists for sure on that comp in particular for Falcons.
It's interesting that we did get to see Sandra on the radio as well, because the other day she was telling me that she's really excited to see ISO's changes coming up in, I think it's patch 8.11, so next time we'll be seeing her potentially playing Duelist again.
Wow.
And now we're going to see her actually playing Duelist again.
No, that's Breeze. That's Breeze. I saw it. That was a bait. There's no way that's
I was about
There's
to
no way that's real. I'm not buying into that.
Just on our toes.
I will say though, seeing that comp on Breeze, it speaks to Falcons' inherent role crisis in their team and the fact that they've stacked a lot of firepower together and stacked a lot of duelist players. It can be hard to kind of craft comps for their team in particular, and you know, I think that you know, running that Breeze comp, it did have its effects. You know, you saw G2 taking things a lot slower than they might in some situations because they're just anticipating aggression, and it did Falcons some favors in some situations. The split comp, at least, I'm anticipating pretty much going to be a mirror match with just the initiator difference of the fade for G2 and the sky for Falcons. That's what we've been seeing lately, and yeah, neither of them are going to change here.
Billy, what do you make of this?
Yeah, I like these comps. I like G2 Gozen's comp in the sense that they have the breach or the fade that they can pair up with that raise and set those sort of crunch trap plays, especially in vents. You've seen a lot of good plays doing it in that position of the map. But Falcons Vega with the Sky pick, I like that they'll be able to seek out early information with those Sky flashes, with that Sky Dog. Something that we weren't exactly seeing them do when they were on their defense on Breeze, despite having those 3 duelists. So yeah, I think going into this one, we need to see Falcons Vega seeking out that early information, being a bit more confident on the map, you know, being able to actually utilize the composition properly. And I'm hoping that they maybe are now taking it, I don't want to say they weren't taking it seriously in the previous map, but yeah, I want to see them on their A game going into this one.
Billy, I just want to ask you how you feel about the fact that we're going to split as well, because you kind of hinted earlier when we were talking about the initial map Veto that Bind was actually the map you wanted to see here. Do you think, and we don't have much time, but very quickly, do you think that split was the right decision from Falcons?
I don't hate that they've chosen split. I was more just surprised that they've chosen split. I think that putting my head into Falcons Vega's head, I would suggest maybe that they've gone for split because there's too much VOD material on their bind, having played it 4 times. I'm thinking that's maybe what they've done, and hoping that G2 aren't able to sort of anti-strat against their split as much as they would be able to for bind. So yeah, we'll see, I'm sure.
Yeah, we'll see right now because we're ready to head into our second map of this best of 5 grand final with Pavlos and Tombiz.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Yeah, I'm always excited about a split, especially in a grand final. Now for this one, no craziness with compositions. The analysts did kind of say the pros and cons of both. Tom, where does your preference lie?
I think it's more down to just personal preference.
Sure.
I think the comps have quite a lot of similarities in how they're going to be run. I think, again, like, you're going to start looking at those individual players, and I do like the fact that we've seen this choice actually come through for Falcons, because I think it's a map, at least more recently, that they've had mass success on. I think they looked incredibly good when they played versus NASA, and they had a few closer games when it came to maps like Bind, so I think they're just going with their own confidence. And we saw that in the last map, where if this team's believing in something, even if it doesn't look great on paper, that's probably the better thing for them to go for. Now, they're going to start out on this attack. That's going to allow them to set the pace. And I think having that sort of breach Sky combination, especially with Ava on that Sky, I think they're in for a good run on this map.
But it was G2's decision to begin on the defensive, so let's see what they have got in store for us. Obviously, they know what the composition looks like this time. You can put VODs into consideration for this one. But it's Falcons to just lay low for now as they triple up in mid. 2 players for G2, closing out on stairs as well, close to that left-hand side. But it's Falcons being quite delayed on pulling the trigger on this one. Eventually, they do start to cross forwards. It's Mary to lead the charge. You wouldn't want anybody else to be the head gun of this machine. With some early damage onto Rescue, narrowly able to avoid with her life, but that's a standstill for now.
It seems like just a second or 2 more, and they may have actually had themselves the trap play that they were looking for. And that's something to really consider when it comes to G2's defense. The crossfires and trap plays they have between them are just fantastic. You can even see some of the potential breach stuns, but for now, it does look like we're heading in towards this B site. 35 seconds left, and we'll see if Mav V can maybe catch Vanya at the back.
Not too bad for G2, given that they've got 3 players posted up. Group Paranoia is going to delay them, and together with the Haunt, Vanya will be able to seize the first kill. They do flood the site, though, and that catches Rescue off guard, and Toki is able to trade it right back up, but the seize makes things a lot more difficult. Mary is still in the fight, and that's a dangerous prospect, albeit low, though, so Falcons might have a return here.
Planted.
God, there's a pop flash available as well that Mimi can throw in to try and set up Amy. Her aim was crispy in the previous. Whether or not she can land this first shot, no. It's going to be the swing from Mary and Mad V as well. To talk about the in-tandem combinations of crossfires from G2. This time it's Falcons.
I mean, M, if you put it upside down, is a W, and the 2 M's of this team have been the 2 standing in the end there. A brilliant 1 and 2. I felt it was a bit too uncomfortable there. G2 seemed to have all the answers, but they kept close. They kept on trading in their own favor, and they closed it out. Beautifully done.
Yeah, I think Mary being ready as well, like on that anti-flash angle. The second it went off, she swings just to make sure that her teammate isn't going to be left out to dry. I think that's the first pistol as well that Falcons have managed to win in this series, so getting off to a stronger start on their map choice, and they are ready and waiting for the players of G2.
Good Paranoia as well. Platter of utility just thrown at G2 here. Amy does find one. Boasting up that orb ult score, but it's Mimi on the wrong side of things. She might be on the right side of things if all her opponents are looking in the wrong direction. Potential. Chooses against reloading and picks up another pistol. And Mary says, enough of that dirty cricket behind me. Click, click, click. But no, it's 2-0 for Falcons.
A solid start. A few pieces here and there cost them a little bit of extra purchase in this round, but chances are just going to play this one as a full bonus, keeping those Bulldogs through at least. And this is definitely where we expect things to get a little bit more interesting in what's going to be on the table here for the side of G2. But ultimately, for now, just getting that little bit of an extra start. Because you think about it, last map, win a pistol, that could have been the difference.
I mean, given that Falcons have got a bit of a boost in confidence on this map, only a couple days ago, winning at 13-3 against NASA. They did lose on the same map, actually, in the same event. So they are feeling a bit better about themselves here, and it's a good start for them. And the third round doesn't look too bad buy-wise for Bulldogs. They can cast quite the bite. Paint shells, Gegs. Exchanged. Just a hint of damage on both. And Falcons right back into their mid-hole.
An aggressive position though. This is where it could get a bit more interesting. Having 2 players up almost on contact. It seems though just as the attack side about to wrap around the corner, the call has come in. A B main push from the side of G2 has given them the information. And because of that, much more entitled to play that trap play, knowing it's not a lurker waiting for them anymore.
Ooh, Seas keeps Mary in the middle of no man's land. Still, though, is alive and well. You can see Rescue considering if she's going to be pushing through the smoke, but Mary's push doesn't pay dividends instead. It's aiming to hold down this A site. She's been brilliant at anchoring today. And they look to seize their opponents' bonus. Toki looking to draw out a labored effort.
10 seconds
and still
left.
gets the job done on one end. The spike is still under their control, but Amy is just lying beneath. She's a shark in the depths. Grabs her opponent's foot, jugs it down, and it's only down to Toki left, but she'll have to save or upgrade. Yeah, none of that. Make sure she gets an extra orb in, but that's G2 on the board.
A good round again. I think this is what I talk about when I say preference. Like, I think you see what value is brought by Petra when playing that fade over the sky, and then the same can be said on the other side. I don't think there's too many players that will be picking that fade as a priority, but I do think that Petra just has such a great hold over the agent and how to use the utility and just the delay that she brings, alongside, of course, that killer blow from Amy. Of course, though, that was just a bonus. So now the rifles come back up. Ults getting a little bit closer as well with Mary 2 away from that showstopper, and Rescue, well, not particularly close to hers, but is more than inclined to try and take a fight in mid with a couple of teammates alongside her.
Yeah, this mid smoke also sort of a rouge, trying to bait us out that there's nothing much going around here, but there's a lot of tension. Try and explore this left-hand side. Vanya will be greeting her. Could be a Omen v Omen fight that could change this round a bit. Put some pressure towards this B site, but it is smoked off, and as soon as the mid-smoke dissipates itself, Mary will make her move. Rescue could be in trouble. The swing there came a bit late, so no, the blast pack will allow her to get out of dodge. No damage taken. But I think Falcons have now made their plans sort of known. G2 have a great idea to this, spending an extra couple of players to rotate towards B.
Yeah, again, with 35 seconds now coming on the clock. Flash isn't going to catch, and it's going to be scary for Mary, but she just about gets away. Even still, the time currently being bought makes it a little bit more dangerous, and the trap play is there again. Rescue up close and just picks off 2. The backside defense is sublime as well, and good luck, Sandra.
Good luck indeed. This round has already been dealt with from G2, and like you said, the trap play all over again. And they had the perfect read. Falcons very slow on their approach there. Couldn't mask any of their efforts. And it was as simple as reading a book, really. Sandra may succeed in saving the rifle, but it's equilibrium that we're looking at the board.
Yeah, and again, these are the exact sort of crossfire trap plays from G2 that is why they're such an enjoyable team to watch. Even though the first trap doesn't necessarily work, there always seems to be another layer to it. So they have that initial contact play of the nade Cs, which is sort of the classic, but then what they do is they have one player play close, the Prowler to give them the information, and then Rescue's not necessarily expected to be in that position anymore. And even still, in the meantime, it's not like everybody else was just sat there. You had the supportive utility from Mimi to delay the B push, and then Vanya at the back of the site, which again, that's never going to be easy to clear. And an early pause taken by Falcons. It's one that I really don't mind. Like, you're going to start spotting like issues fairly early on as a coach of things that might not necessarily be going your way, or ways that a piece of utility might be used slightly better. So making sure that you stem that bleeding a little bit earlier, especially in your map choice. In the last map, okay, things go a bit rough. You've taken a risk. In this map, this is your choice. This is where you're comfortable. And if you lose this one, then you head into another stronghold of G2s.
And that's a scary prospect. You can't be 2 maps down and be vouching that you can take on the title. It's a hard one. These early timeouts have been quite the theme for Falcons, like you mentioned. Whether that's a read, whether that's to correct something they'd be doing. That mid-hold was a little bit on the shaky side earlier from Falcons, so maybe that's the adaptation we'll be looking at. For now, it is Sheriffs across the board. Sandra's the one holding the hero rifle, by the way, probably gunning on saving it by the end. There's Rescue finding first contact. Stun, actually not that bad, but the boombot will delay. It's followed up by a Prowler as well, so doesn't really give Falcons much of a chance.
I don't mind the idea as well. It's selling that ruse and then having the player with the rifle is the one who's sneakily taking space. It gives the best opportunity for sort of a sneaky entry, and then they've got players that have been able to take control in mid that will look to join her. It puts a lot of pressure on this defensive side, and even though they have a weaponry advantage, just the sheer amount of space that Falcons have been able to get is impressive.
It is indeed, and it's Mary's Sheriff that starts to shoot first. Madvi wants to double it up as well. Hang on a second. Deja vu? Have I been in this place before? It looks like the Falcons love their ecos. With 3 remaining for G2, of course they're going to go for this fight. Of course they are. They've run a couple in a row. They've got money for days. They're going to go for the chase. 2 first. Vanya quite far behind. Mary, though, has found a gun for herself. The spray from Petra can't be transferred. And Vanya is a bit too far away to be relevant at all in this endeavor. So we're likely going to be seeing her to save here. Drop back, save the gun for the next one. Falcons somehow make a Sheriff round work.
Yeah, and it's one of those scenarios as well where I feel like that is what the pause was for. Like, I think that clearly the coach or the IGL has spotted some space, because obviously a lot of Amy's utility in the past has been seen over on that A site. the fact that they're able to get that far through heaven, like we talk about that classic A-site cam that's always sort of sat up top watching for anybody who's making that move. It didn't seem like there was any utility there. Like EMEA was completely blindsided by the fact that they've been able to get that far into heaven. And I don't know where the call was made from the side of Falcons, but whoever made it is spot on.
And now they've got a lot of ultimates to play with. It's sort of a sandbox for them now. A lot of possible availabilities. Some early aggression from G2, trying to catch some players off guard. Actually, they go even further forward just to secure that orb. Not too bad. Falcons, they want to bounce back from it, though. Push from mid, showstopper from Mary. It won't be catching Rescue here. Was that a stun that stopped her? Yeah, probably. And the fact that Toki's holding down the line towards this left-hand side keeps things still. Falcons not pushing towards B. For good reason, G2 had rotated all the way around. Instead, they're heading towards this A side where Amy hasn't yet been discovered. Sandra will be thanking her lucky stars. Amy looked away at that final second. It could have been their demise as this A site is being taken over.
Back-to-back rounds hitting this A site through heaven. And the fact is Amy even made an adaptation to sort of take that extra space. The fact is, though, G2 are going to be fairly happy to play this retake. But I'm looking at the Rolling Thunder for that attack side. They could put a spanner in the works.
They really could change things up. Don't allow G2 to spread their wings too much, get comfortable. Mary, though, on any fight, it will be damn strong. And there's a bit of a double setup here, which Sandra will take gladly. The guiding light puts Mimi into a very tough spot. And Petra is all alone, isolated. This world is closing in on her, and so will Ever's lead go towards her. And that's Falcons able to double their opponents' rounds on the score sheet.
Yeah, I'm really liking the adaptation from Falcons. The fact is, this is a team that coming into this grand final, I'm not afraid to say it, I was expecting G2 to almost body them, as they have done throughout the majority of other games. They put up a good fight in the first map, and in this one, the reads that they've had have been fantastic, especially in the last couple of rounds, just spotting the gap, exploiting it, and making a lot of these rounds really uncomfortable for G2. And even in their post plants, they're not sitting back, they're not waiting for G2 to come to them, they're not showing G2 the respect that many other teams will. They are facing them, they are fighting them, they are getting aggressive, and I don't know right now if G2 are able to deal with that.
And that's what excites me about this squad. The bravado, the confidence, the carefree attitude. Some will just label it straight up aggression, explosiveness. But no, it's a lot more than that. It's raw confidence in your beliefs, and it's Mary that's the spearhead of this. The boombot heading in the direction. Mary will have to be stand up for now, but she is willing to wait down the smoke. But another smoke drops, realizes that there might be something in play here. And that's what G2 was hoping for, another trap play. But Falcons think better of it and heading into B.
I think Falcons obviously spotting what ultimates are on the other side, know that they need to be careful here. You've got to make sure you're not taking mass risks when there's a showstopper and a nightfall. Both things that could have the gaps. Toki, though, is going back for that luck, not expecting players to be there. That's going to be a second rifle now picked up. There's a very real chance this could go the way of G2.
Especially when Amy is getting a pick like that. Oh dear me. Rescue looking to move in with a showstopper and is damn accurate. Bullseye onto Mad V. 2v3. It's kind of trade the bag from Eva. And the fact that she's keeping herself alive, it's doable, but his teammate has fallen. And it's all down to Eva again. Oh, not quite the headshot. Amy at least has got a sheriff, so there is margin for error here for Eva. As she looks to go around off the spike, back to the pistol herself. But Vanya recovers. G2 throw in a couple of their own, and that's themselves with a thrifty win.
Yeah, we're seeing a fair share of them throughout this tournament and throughout the day so far. And I do think that one is mainly down to incredibly well-placed ults. Like the push down mid, just managing to find this kill, but also Petra stays heaven just so that they can hit the Nightfall onto pretty much all of the players that were currently left on site, leaving them deafened, leaving them almost in an impossible scenario up against the showstopper. And Ava does a decent job, in all honesty. When you're deafened and revealed by a Cypher ult, you should be dead to rights, but she still gets 2 kills.
Oh, well, Falcons have decided, well, slow approach doesn't quite work out. Toki were trying to catch a player off guard there. Maybe deny all presence as well. But within that chaos, within all that madness, Mary goes in for a little stroll. Rescue might be joining her here, and they'll be bumping heads. Paintball stone at both ends. It's like the Spider-Man meme, both pointing at each other. Who's who? Toki, though, has found herself onto the side. How much pressure can you draw your way? That's a dink, but it's through the wall, so Amy, that's not enough damage you would like, but that's 2 already shots connecting the way. But Mad V looking to turn her around, and it's damn accurate work. And the fact there's a lurk made here from Sandra that could catch Vanya off guard, Mad V has to drop back. The spike can't go down just yet, but that's okay. Cassandra's going around, but the fact that Vanya is watching it, it doesn't matter though, because Mimi was out into the open. And just the fact that Sandra has presence in that way, it causes pressure for G2 to not feel confident to move in. They've got to isolate their pressure. But Vanya just walls in, ignores the fact that there's a player behind her. Keeps it flowing, keeps it going, Ever has to rotate around. It's for good reason. Now Vanya onto the site alone, but she might be making good work of it. Down onto the site, touching the spike, but can Sandra believe it? Can she read it? It's Sandra there to save the day. Glorious trade from the back line.
It seemed like that was a two-player fight between Vanya and Sandra as who's going to make the biggest play of the round. Like, there were moments where it really looked like it was going to be Vanya with just a quick pace play onto the site to try and isolate these duels, but it is Sandra's flank that ends up paying the dividends. And that's the thing. I think even just her sticking around long enough that G2 almost do the opposite of expectations. You think that the goal will be to clear her, and because of that, I think Vanya was able to find a little bit more space maybe than she should have done. Nonetheless, 5th round now onto the board on that attack for Falcons. Definitely looking strong on this side of the map.
Sure. And even though that was a close round, Falcons have done quite a dent into G2's placement in this game. Oh dear. Petra is running after the rifle, but thinks better of it. I think she may have heard some movement into sewers, and you can see G2 are adapting to it as well. They're just checking. No spawned cover has been taken. And with a trip, it sort of reveals that there are G2 players nearby still. Mary wants to make sure these corners are covered. They know the rifle hasn't quite been recovered. But any more kills like that for G2 could definitely crumble things their way. The smoke shops, Mary will be first to enter, as always. Vanya, paranoia is really good because Mary walks in blind, and when you can't see, there's not much you can do. Aftershock to get Vanya out into the open. The spray is going her way, but it also reveals Mad V's position. And there's a big Una reverse card in her direction. It's getting tougher and tougher as the seconds goes on, as Falcons lose player after player, and G2, they've rotated around. They've got a clear view of what's happening. Rescue might even come as a guarantee, and the time is pressuring on, mounting it on, causing them to cripple down, and there's no diamond being created from this. Instead, they may be reduced to rubble as Rescue looks to shove them down in the ground. 8 seconds, but I don't think that's enough, Toki. You can run, you can hide, but it's not gonna give you this round. Getting 1 kill, maybe the second, but Petra and Mimi are far away, and the G2 round goes their way.
It's scrappy, and that's what G2 creates in these low buy rounds. They take big risks, pushing aggressively. Again, some solid supportive utility thrown out from Petra, and then just this late hold from Rescue, because they 100% could have made it. If she wasn't there, they would have made it to the site. They would have had an afterplant, and they would have had a weaponry advantage. But those 2 crispy sheriff shots are what puts this round back. A much more competitive back and forth map than what we saw in the last, and now it's back to pistols, and yeah, well, that's about expected.
Sure. G2 have been pretty damn good to not allow Falcons to make mid whatever they want. Constant pressure, both sides, keeping things on an edge. And it's worked on the most part. They've been keeping up with the score. It hasn't been Falcons all the way, because they can be really damn dangerous with this tempo.
Can also be dangerous with the pistols. I'm looking at Mad V. A single kill, and that's a Rolling Thunder. A plant would even do the trick. although they're going to have to walk through the majority of G2, who are just waiting patiently for them. I think this is going to be a fairly easy cleanup, even with a solid flash, and even the hero rifle of Toki is going to achieve nothing. And Andaluthia flawless, and honestly, the question was asked on the desk is like, is this performance going to keep up from Amy? The answer is looking like a resounding yes.
Yeah, she's been doing pretty decent. And it's not just when her opponents are coming towards her. You can see aggressive play come from this G2 side as well. They're taking precedence in a lot of these moments. They're the ones shoving these extremities and trying to keep, you know, their opponents with ants in their pants. It's impressive.
Scout destroyed.
5-5. Scoreline equalized. Split is a map that has definitely lent itself more and more as the years go on towards that attack side. Like, teams have been able to put up solid rounds on this side of the map, so I don't think that for either side this is a particularly damning scoreline, but I think Falcons definitely had opportunities and they're looking to execute, but it seems like G2 had the read. There was no one on that side.
Sort of anticipated, really. Read like an open book. The paranoia is good, but what's the follow-up? Because G2 have been able to find cover, and they're swinging in as they please. The combo pieces are brilliant from G2. And it feels like Falcons have no answer. It's Mary and Mad V, the double M's. But can they turn it into a W this time? Definitely tough. And with a neural theft revealing exactly where they hide, it makes it even worse. G2 have bunched up together. A ball of death from heaven. Oh, not what you like to see.
Player standing.
Will Zeus throw his thunder? Well, Amy will. And Mad V will find a similar fate as all her fallen teammates. It's G2 finally with the lead for the first time this map.
And again, I think a lot of this comes down to them consistently having an excellent read on what is going to be done with the ultimates. I think that they're very good at utilizing their own, but they're also very, very good at seeing, okay, there's a Rolling Thunder on the other side. We need to make sure that we don't dedicate ourselves to the sites, play a little bit more mid-central, play the heaven position, so that they can have that space, they can get themselves into a spot, but that ult isn't going to lose us the round. And I think G2 are probably the best at that within GC.
Good early haunt to find some early information up until deep mid. And the Prowler again, this lurking utility from G2 has been superb, and it's been one of the key reasons why they've been reading their opponent so well. Falcons navigating to this A site, but look how close Petra is to this action. Great cam shot coming through, but Toki expects it. Good trap play, and it's this time Falcons that are bringing the spicy plays.
Pressure on, showstopper. It actually does catch one. I thought that was going to be a little bit too high, but I guess not a lucky day for the side of Falcons. They've at least got that early kill onto Petra, but anything else is going to be difficult. They're walking back into the Lioness's den. Amy has been a force to be reckoned with, and in fact, you know what? I agree with this decision. Head the other way.
Amy's there. Yeah, better get there another time when she's not around.
30 seconds left.
But as they do knock on the B side door, at least approach the doorstep, they just turn around. D2 don't need to budge. They're not the ones risking anything here. Last round of the half, Falcons need to throw in everything that they have, though G2 are weaving in and out of battle with such smoothness, with such prowess, allows them a bit of a buffer moving into the second half.
It was looking like this half was going to end up favored to Falcons. I think this has been, for me, one of the most enjoyable maps in terms of team adaptation. Like, I think both teams ended up, like the first couple of rounds were that G2 won were fairly dangerous. Then you had the read to sort of take that heaven pressure. And then G2 adapted to sort of have a little bit more presence there and look to play retakes on the site. I think that we've seen both IGLs, both teams consistently changing up what they've been doing. And well, G2 ended up coming out on top, and now we get to see what they have on their attack side, because it might be a little bit more difficult when Amy isn't able to just lock down a site.
True. Yeah, maybe they have a better luck here. For now, G2 expecting something from the opposing side, trying to read it. They throw in a one-way smoke as well. No, that's from Falcons, never mind, I take it back. But still, G2 are holding, waiting. While this B site is quite open. Yeah, Mad V has got cover of heaven, but she'll let it go. G2 can just walk in and we'll be probably looking at a 5v5 retake.
Be interesting to see what they can pull off. I do like the fact the Falcons have held on to a decent amount of utility. Got the Sky Flash available still, the Dog as well, Paranoia and a couple of smokes alongside Mad V's utility. So they pretty much had this plan from the get-go. They are still walking into EMEA though, just in a different way.
Oh no, not like this. Oh, this time Turkey, 180 ton, and EMEA bumps her head into a bullet. Not that great. So this could be what Falcons need. Rescue looking to put pressure on the other end. The Prowler doesn't find her. Sandra though whiffs a bullet, and that's costly because G2 have found Q2 kills out of nowhere. Falcons have been disallowed entry into the B site due to the stun of Mimi as well. So it's taking them quite some time, and G2 have got the read. They've set up crossfires. They suck different elevations, high, lows, team play. Yes, Vanya will drop. Falcons looking to move in as a ball of death, but the time has been spent, and G2 will win this pistol.
I think the first 2 kills in that game went the complete opposite way that I thought they were going to. I think EMEA, that might be the freest kill she's had all day. Shot the one player in the head that I think will probably survive that, because you don't really have scenarios where players are surviving a headshot in a pistol round, especially with a ghost. Then you have the Prowler not catching the player in the left corner. I'm watching you, Petra. Don't do that again. But even still, the player doesn't get the kill. Like, it's just absurd back and forth of how that round should have gone. Maybe the result ended as it should, but I don't think either team are going to be particularly happy with how that one went.
Is it just me, or is the setup looking exactly the same as the previous round? Maybe with a Cypher towards that A site? Thought I was having a deja vu moment there. But no. Pitch myself, I'm awake. Still, Falcons have been discovered here, and so have G2 from both ends. But Falcons have one Sheriff rounds, which is why I'm concerned. They've taken up a lot of space out in mid, so they know what the plan is. You can see Sandra making a way here. The stun hasn't caught anyone, so might give Toki an opportunity, but there's just so much aggressive utility for G2. They can cover all these corners for free for days.
After plant guaranteed, and that normally puts the end to a lot of these sort of rounds. You want to get it done in the early round, deny any sort of plant. And with EMEA, okay, I'm not sure how that's worked, but thankfully EMEA in the backline should be able to. Okay. We get there in the end. Eventually, Mad V will put her down and make this again a little bit more costly. But the remaining players on G2 goes, and if they go down, then I'll be shocked.
That's very fair. Mad V has been insane on the Sheriff all tournament long. But her craziness can only take them so far in this round. 2 casualties for G2 as they double up. No back around from Falcons. I think one of the reasons why they have been good to take space away from G2 is being able to win their second round of each half, at least most of them. And this time to not achieve it could give G2 a bit of a buffer.
Yeah, I think this is also just getting dangerous because you're now having G2 on the attack. Now, again, like, they can win dominantly on either half of the map. It's G2, it happens. And I think a while ago when they played Falcons in the last final, they had an 8-4 defense. Last time they played Giant X, though, they had a 9-3 attack. And they're looking to pick up the pace here, Pablos.
Yeah, they are. They didn't second-guess themselves at all in that approach. They're not even caught out into the trips. Vanya just breaks 1. So free sight for G2. And it's perfect, right? They can hold these close-distance corners, and it's looking pretty good on the bonus. Sandra is also in a Bulldog, so they've got a downgraded buy. How much will it matter? Guiding light into elbow. Mary looking to aggress, but they haven't cleared out enough, so Petra is allowed to do her own thing. Sandra, though, doubles up in a very crucial double kill, but somehow G2 is able to keep on trading. Vanya is low. The pre-fire spray! Finally, Mad V makes it work, but the spike is out into the open, and G2 can play it with time. can chill. Heaven control is theirs. Main control is theirs. The aftershock, the utility is just too brilliant. And Mad V is being toyed with. Amy will swing off the back of the stun. Double jizzits for G2. It feels like it's the beginning of the end for Falcons this map.
Yeah, the way that they play these post plants, it's just, it's I don't know, it's like watching the conductor of an orchestra. Like, it's majestic. The second they get into the later, and you can see that, like, even now on the map where Mimi is currently sitting, the plan all along was that post plant, that aftershock, that stun in play, and Amy in heaven. Like, the rest was all just part of the symphony that is G2's attack side, and what a beautiful symphony it is. Winning their bonus round on that attack now leaves this from what was a competitive half, a back and forth, masterminds on either side adapting, to now a pretty damning scoreline on Falcons' own map choice.
And again, Falcons can't inflict the same amount of pressure that G2 have on their defense in mid, especially when they've got pistols. They've got a more spread out approach here. G2 have been keeping those bunched up together. But I like the patience. Rescue first hit. Stun out. Mary looking to trade back. Ooh, that's a decent nade to find a good turnaround. But how much more can you find here, Falcons? You've only got one defender over to the A side, and that's exactly where G2 are looking to head into. Yeah, Mad V is also approaching. Cam also revealing. G2 are second-guessing themselves, so there might be an opportunity for extra players to be put into place. But maybe that's what G2 are waiting for, trying to catch them off on those rotations. Certainly looks like it, but they might have created themselves a bit of time travel. If Sandra gets a couple here, ooh, if, keyword in that sentence. And you can see the confidence that just left Falcons' bodies after that kill. They were hoping that Sandra could have survived to the back of the site to give him a saving grace into this round. But you can just call it off. Stun out. Eva has a Vandal, but not for long, as G2 are 2 away from making split their own.
Yeah, I think that's one of those moments where a lesser team would panic, but G2 is very patient. You see the spike rotate back around to main to go in with the main force. They take their time to destroy all the trips, because that was one of the main dangers in that round was, okay, 20 seconds left, one of us walks into a trip, but they're not worried at all. Even with less than 20 seconds on the clock, they are diligent in the way that they play their attack, and they're just not allowing those same sort of mistakes or same sort of hero plays that we've seen from Falcons. This is what a true champion looks like. And with 8 rounds in a row now, Pavlos, yeah, okay, there needs to be a pause, but it's difficult to know what will be said here that could turn the tide, because G2, over especially the last, I would say 6 or 7, have looked unstoppable.
They have. They really have. Yeah, they've been a couple of close ones in there, but not really. It always felt like G2 had it all under lock and key, and you're right, Falcons need some words of wisdom and a half. I don't know what book you open here, what realm you enter, whether it's a tempo play, whether that's mistakes you're making, reading G2. It feels like G2 have backup plan on backup plan at this point, so, oh, you've got to be careful not to feel lost here.
Wait, I think a prime example is the bonus round. Like, you're trying to deal with Vanya, and in the meantime, G2 have a post-plant aftershock. Like, you're not even on the wavelength of where their backup plans go to, because you're still trying to deal with the first line of their offense. And again, it seems like G2 have just sort of found so much success on this A side of the map that until Falcons show a good hold here, they are going to keep pressuring it.
Ooh. Rescue looks to bounce back. It's Mary with first blood. Positive sign. Still a mile to go. And it seems that G2 have a decent read. Head to that B side. Looks less open.
Yeah, they're finally looking to double back. The spike's gone with them. Vanya's playing almost as the guard.
Nice try.
And that's going to be the shot that wins it. Mad V just goes looking. And now the player up top has got to switch as well. But Toki's managed to land the shot. That's a big one.
Can she turn her attention into main on time? I think she can. And we'll be able to shut down both approaching G2 players. Now, this game might have some extra spice left into it. Hope you guys have good taste buds here, as the Scoville level is about to increase. Mimi, the only one player left for the G2 side, is able to sidestep the paranoia. What if this is a clutch? Right, sorry, but my brain is starting to ring alarm bells here. 40 HP, but cannot secure another. Sandra on higher ground will make sure that there is no more shenanigans from Mimi. And we're looking at an 11-6 score. Falcons need 5 to catch up to G2.
Yeah, and I think this round was much more of like a solid set play. You had MabV's initial stun to give Mary that opener. It definitely got a little bit shaky in the middle, and I think that's where you need these sort of like hero plays from Toki. Someone who can bring the game back, put the mental into a better spot. That's something that Mary's spoken about previously in some of her interviews, where it's like, we just weren't playing and comming like ourselves. Maybe that round, that combo breaker, could be the difference. But it has not deterred G2 by any stretch of the imagination. They are straight back into him again.
Oh, the stun as well!
I know exactly.
G2 have just been perfect. And you're right, it's the confidence play. They don't care. Nothing will hinder their confidence. They're untouched. There's something about their calming level. There's something about the energy they provide to each other. ResQ not only has more confidence, but goes in with a showstopper without a care in the world. Doesn't even need flashes, just dry peeks everything. Doesn't find a kill eventually, but Toki misses the mark. It's Ava only to the back of the site, just trying to save the day, but it's to no avail. And with 50 seconds to spare, Falcons are trying to regather their efforts here. You can see Amy hiding out just beneath them, lurking in the shadows. Crossfire galore for G2. This is looking dire for Falcons. And G2 winning this round alongside with another will give them 2 maps to nothing against their opponent here in the grand finals, making Falcons crumble under pressure. Sandra, you don't want to use your neural theft here because your hopes are looking great. Vanya's hanging by a thread, but the fact that Sandra can't see her doesn't really make a difference. Smoke will dissipate, spray comes her way. Sandra will give it a good old try, a good old college try. She'll have to cross, but there's 2 players lying away, and an orthodox high-low, and that it was a low-high, rather. And it's G2 on map points.
Yeah, again, you just see the immediate change of pace, the supportive utility. Like, you're going to look at the scoreboard, and you'll see Mimi probably further down, but the value that she has brought in this map is untouchable. Like, it's genuinely so impressive. Just every single piece of utility she uses has just caused issues for their opponents. And that opening kill, especially MabV, who's done quite well to set up any of the real success that we saw from Falcons, it now leaves them in the bin. A couple of guns, some decent ults, but when you're going into what could be the last round of the map with a Bucky, you're probably not going to be too happy.
Saving grace for them, a ton of ultimates in play. The thing is, do you want to use them all in one round? Right, how sustainable can that be when you've got a mountain to climb? You've got to pace yourself here. Well, the showstopper will definitely be used, counteracted by ResQ's aggression. Mary denies it. A big head-to-head this series. Mary has been winning, but this is a team game. An absolute team game that G2 seem to be superior in. Rolling Thunder comes out, but the cage comes through as well, disallowing Falcons from moving any further forward. G2 disengaged perfectly. Not only that, but the pivot towards this A site is so fast that I don't know if they can react to it on time.
Both Rolling Thunders go in a miss.
They're pivoting to B.
Well, that's the thing, that the TP almost sells it. Like, it was probably an attempt to get into the back of the site. That's a nice shot, though. Getting rid of Mimi, removing that supportive utility. They're still going to have themselves an afterplant here in this 5 versus 3 scenario. But there's weapon upgrades to be had. Toki can move away from that Bucky. And taking this in that 5v3, you have to pray for Falcon's sake that this isn't where it ends.
Well, luckily, if Sandra routes through mid, there could be a body that could use that neural theft. And you can definitely see that's what they're going for. Gathered together with Eva. I'll make sure no one is lurking in the shadow, spotting out some of this presence. Stun towards Amy could be quite crucial. It catches on perfectly. Paranoia as well. Mary, that's a free piece. Bang into the back of the site. That's step 1. Can you deal with step 2? Step 3, though, is the final boss. And Petra has done damage already. A difficult one to clutch, especially up against 3. But Falcons are able to secure it. But I think, Tom, this is where you ask yourself, at what cost? Because a lot was thrown into this round for Falcons.
Yeah, and even 5 HP for Mad V. There was a world, we've already seen that earlier in the tournament, I believe, where Petra ends the game with just an absurd play, and for a second I thought it was about to happen again. There's solid work in this retake from the side of Falcons, but yeah, they had to use, or both teams used quite a lot of ultimates, but we've already seen from G2 plenty of attack side rounds that have gone in their favor based off just having those abilities on the board. For Falcons, it's been a couple of set plays and a few ultimates that have worked, while other than Seekers being one away, nothing else is even remotely close.
Polarized play from G2, likewise from Falcons, leaving Sandra on an island. Search and destroy mission in mid as well. Trailblazer going quite deep, so it might give confidence for Mary to lurk in a little bit longer.
Spike dropped.
But something about this fight is uncomfortable here for Falcons, because G2 hitting A does not favor them, even though Sandra's got a full setup here.
Flash out.
How much delaying can you do? Stun out. Oh, through the wall! Finally gets the kill. The cages can help her! Goes in aggressive. Petra does get shot by a bullet to the head, but she can withstand that. It's with a bulldog. And 3 players now for Falcons as they try to find a way in somehow.
Yeah, all from the same angle, and a lot of these positions are yet to be cleared. Vanya in a bit of an off position might be a nasty surprise, and they've got to bear in mind these post-plant positions much deeper. That's a big kill, though.
Wow.
At least clearing out one, but this 1-2 punch in the backline could definitely be a problem.
That was a final flash, though. Now just used. Mad V perfectly timing it to catch Petra off guard. That might be an opportunity for them, and they keep Toki on a higher level. For good reason, though. Mimi knows of that information and will play with it. The thing is, the pressure's on Falcons here because they have to get the defuse in. Amy can just stay alive. Never mind. Mad V going in for the fight and keeps it going further.
Okay.
Building just enough time, I believe, to get this defuse. It's going to be close. And goodness it is! 1 second of difference was between Falcons being 2 maps down or still in this game.
Yeah, I was definitely nervous with nobody getting that defused to half, but I guess with all the little tricks that have been thrown out by G2, they're maybe a little bit wary that there was another one. A lot of 1v1 fights in this round that you do kind of feel like could have gone either way, but this time it's Mad V who's taken over the round and kept them in this map. Their choice still alive. But I'll be honest with you, Pavlos. I'm seeing what's on the board for G2, and somehow I'm more nervous.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is where they do the weird stuff. This is where they get to like page 99 of their 100-page notepad, and it just says like, just do something crazy, do something unique.
Black. Throw a curveball or 2.
I also see the Nightfall, and Petra's Nightfalls this game have been pretty damn impactful. In fact, I think they already won a lower buy round with a Nightfall.
Well, there aren't Prowlers left to utilize together with a Nightfall, so it might be used at another time. But 2 to the backside of Vay here for Falcons. They've got to make this clean, right? Losing anybody here could spill trouble. Maybe they can have pockets here for later on. Mary is the first to be engaged upon. You can see Eva approaching, but she second guesses himself, so doesn't move upstairs, uses B main. Instead, Mary being a gatekeeper for a while, and it does allow Falcons to group up. You can see Toki and Eva managing to put themselves in position, defend off both entries of this site. Bit labored and rough around the edges, but you get the picture. It's a Falcon round win. And Tom, I'm going to say it again. 3 chances.
There's almost a part of me that thinks that their coach should just tape 12 to the top of the board a little bit earlier, because the second their opponents get there, it does just seem like Falcons turn into a different beast, knowing that the map loss is on the cards. They seem to just pull out their best Valorant we've seen in the map. Players, especially MAV, have really started to come online. Even still, though, a G2 goes and Tac, Ultimate starting to build up. And that's the thing. When all you need is one cheese round, one success out of 3, it just seems like it's going to happen eventually. The Showstopper just 2 away. Nightfall already online. And on the other side, okay, Showstopper is close. But again, they haven't got any ultimates available for them in this round.
No, they do not. And you can definitely tell a plan is now being laid out. Taking their time, making sure that every piece of information is covered. We're going to probably be looking at a set play here, Tom. I feel it. It's, I can see pings on the map as well towards B main, Garage.
That goes there.
I'm curious. Right there.
They've had a lot of their plays towards this A site. And I'm just looking at the fact that the spike's currently dropped in that direction. This might be an attempted ruse trying to pull some of those players away. Or at least fake that some ground has been taken. Mary, though, not shying away from a fight. She's going straight in for this mid-battle. No real supportive utility. You can see from behind, MAV is almost sat in the spawn, ready to try and throw out a stun to maybe, like, delay anybody trying to chase her down. But no, this really was just, okay, let's throw some early util, try and pull someone out, and we're just going to go straight back to that A play. And honestly, with how successful it's been, and with a Nightfall, I don't really blame them.
Why not? Sandra last time, they did approach her. Was good for 1. Solo Bolo, let's see if she can hold on. Her time is now. Everything is being based on her position. One-way triggered instantly. Rescue rushes way past. Stun comes out, and they knew exactly what to do against Sandra. Set play already underway for G2 as they get that spike onto the ground.
Boombot gives away that one of the players that are in this position. They also have themselves a neural theft if they want that for the reveal. The player at the backside, and that's it. Now they have everything they need.
Vanya forced that into the open. Mary will be picking it up. Showstopper collected, but can't draw it out in time. And Rescue seizes a chance. G2 with double the players alive on the server, and this round is the only one they need. Mad V knows she's in trouble. Petra is patient with it, holding her ground. No chances to be taken here. They want to secure a second map. They want to secure it right here, right now. Breeze is theirs, Split is theirs, and Lotus may even be theirs as it's their own map pick coming up next.
This is always the thing when you face off against G2. You'll get opportunities, you'll even show some great stuff. I think the Falcons have definitely proven that they are a team to be reckoned with, but G2 just have that different level. They have those different strats. They have that depth to absolutely everything that they're doing. And, well, 2 maps to the good. I don't know if there's going to be a reverse sweep in this series, but that's exactly what Falcons have to try.
Look, I mean, in Game Changers times, we have seen a lot of 5-mappers. A few 5-mappers here and there, so I wouldn't be surprised if something like that comes happen. But on the same time, Falcons have a lot of work ahead of them. So let's see if they're capable of doing that.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls listen at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and fight. You must follow me, my friend. Stay together, we can make it home again. Take a look at this place once more. The people, the home that you're fighting for. The throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls listen at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and every step will test your soul. You will walk out pure and whole, stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more.
Welcome back to the grand final of the Valorant Game Changers Stage 2 Grand Finals. And this is a really interesting one for us because it is 2-0 to G2. And unfortunately for Falcons, they just were not able to make Split go their way, Billy.
Yeah, unfortunate to see, given that this was Falcons' map pick as well. I know that we kind of spoke about it when we had the map veto come up. Should Bind have possibly been the second one? I'm sure it's a question that they're probably asking themselves right now. Yeah, really unfortunate for them to lose out on their own map pick, and of course it means going into Lotus, it's only going to make it more difficult for themselves.
Yeah, I think we had our reservations about the split pick, and most of that for me was down to how impressive G2 looked on split and how much depth they've looked like they've had on this map, and we saw a lot of that in this game.
Yeah, I would love to see that timeline come back up again if we can, because it'll be interesting just to kind of discuss that a little bit more and in more detail. The fact that Falcons were able to have a fairly solid start, right? Obviously, we're expecting them really to kind of lose that third round because they were running bonus guns on it, Pilski. So what changed for G2 towards the first end of that first defensive half of them? Was it just simply aiming?
I think like you saw the pause from the coach, and they actually got another one of these thrifties where they just walk into the site for free and get a bit of a timing and then set up the post plant well. But actually after that timeout from Falcons coach, they really started to read the rotations a little bit better. But I felt like G2, they didn't even need a timeout to start to figure out what they needed to do. Petra started to be a lot more active and find info for them, and they were pushing A a lot. And when there was A pressure, they would play retake A and then go for a bit of a mid push and then be able to kind of crunch the plays here. So I think this is, you know, G2 in that last round, Billy, and they showed a lot of great rounds like this, right?
Yeah, round 2 in particular on the screen right now. It showed like G2's discipline. You know, initially Falcons kind of burst into that A, but it was very quickly shut down with Rescue's Showstopper and Amy's trap setup. So it kind of forced a little bit of a pivot towards that B site. But while Falcons are pivoting towards that B site, we both know it's a fake. But yeah, whilst they're pivoting towards that, G2 just stay put. They were gathering early information early on in the rounds. You know, more often than not, they had the right read on Falcons' attack. You know, they kind of had an idea of what Falcons were aiming to do each time they wanted to play. And yeah, it was just really, really nice from G2. And as Tom said, they are one of the more disciplined, if not the disciplined teams in EMEA Game Changers.
Yeah, and then over on the attacking side, you had some crazy rounds put together from G2 with a lot of depth. This one actually started off with like a set play up a ramp, diving into vent and killing the breach, and then it ended in this B execute. Like, they were all over the place on attack. They had so many different things that they could do, and they played the comp really well. Like, Petra gathers info on defense to inform the rotates. On attack, she's like the compass that points G2 in the right direction, and then they just send Rescue in with supported util from Mimi. And when you've got Amy and Vanya following that up, it's just very difficult to hold.
It's interesting also hearing the commentators talking about like the set play that we saw in the last round of that entire game, you know, that won them the match point, which was the A execute with the Nightfall from Petra. That's something they actually did successfully earlier in the game. I'm just wondering, Billy, should Falcons have seen that coming and adjusted accordingly?
Perhaps, yeah. I think there was another round as well where like G2 were just able to go into site without extra aggressive utility. You know, like you had Mimi's Aftershock at the end of rounds, and that post plant was absolutely disgusting from Mimi, just being able to sit A main with an Aftershock, knowing that that was the set round that they had in plan. And Falcons just didn't know how to counter that, or at least it didn't look as though they knew how to counter it. So yeah, I think from G2, they're able to get into these sites really easily, but then also still have that aggressive utility in their post plants.
Yeah, Pilski was quite vocal about that one in the green room and how dirty it was, but he was absolutely loving it. But are we going to be loving Lotus? Last time we saw these two teams face each other in the upper bracket quarterfinals, it was 13-7 going the way of G2. And it'll be really interesting to see Agent select for this one, Pilski, because actually we might get to see Toki on a duelist. She played Grace last time.
I want to see if they're going to put her on the duel list again, or whether they're going to kind of role swap a little bit. We saw a bit of that on Breeze, a map that didn't have a lot of success on. Lotus hasn't really been tested as much for either one of these teams, so I'm keen to see what they bust out in Agent Select. And in that upper bracket quarterfinal game, this was the third and deciding map to send Falcons on that trajectory through the lower bracket. In this case, it might again be the third and deciding map that sends them out of the tournament, and they have not changed at all. They're going to stick with the same comp, so Mary's going to go in the chamber. You're going to have Toki on that raid. She's going to get to play the duelist that we saw G2 was even considering picking her up in that role, and we've seen how much output she can have on that role. The issues for Falcons, though, was Omen. The Mad v Omen was really not looking comfortable in that game. She had a bit of a shocking performance, and usually we see her in her element on flash agents a lot of the time. But in this time, this is a similar kind of discussion to the Breeze comp for me. It's a role crisis in Falcons, and they have to try to force the square through the circle holes sometimes.
Yeah, I think the big thing for me was that although last time these guys played this map, it was 13-7, look at how Breeze went previously. You know, in my mind, anything is possible for either of these teams, and I'm excited to get stuck into this Lotus map.
Very quickly, Billy, do you think Chamber is a comfort pick for Mary?
Absolutely. We've seen Mary play a lot of the Chamber back when she was playing on G2 Gozen, and she was quite spectacular on it, at least in the international event at least. So yeah, I think Chamber is potentially a comfort pick. And what I've noticed about this team as well for Falcons Vega is a lot of them have been shuffling around to accommodate for Mary's arrival. Whether that's been an issue or not, it's up for discussion.
Yeah, well, I would love to know the opinion of our commentators on that point. So let's head over to Pavlos and Thomas.
Yeah, thank you very much, Frankie. Our turn about the agents is as usual as ever, but for me, my main concern is the fact that the backs are against the wall here for Falcons. It couldn't get dicier than this. They're 2 maps down. They don't have any more margin for error. Now, they have been birthing some sort of fake comebacks on both of the maps we've seen so far, but this has got to be something special. They've got to succeed this time, and you can see it on our screens right now. G2 Gozen don't look like they're frightened at all.
Oh yeah, really feeling the pressure right now at G2 Gozen. I don't think they're worried at all. And to answer the question of Frankie, do I think the Mary Chamber, the GC Champions winning Mary Chamber, do I think she is comfortable on that agent? Absolutely. Yes, I do think she's going to be good at that. But it's being comfortable, and it's being good enough to beat G2. And especially her starting out on the attack. We've seen a few players that can do that. CNED's attack can work out for him. There's a few here and there. And hey, if Amy's going to give her a fight like that every once in a while, maybe she'll take some heads.
Boom goes the dynamite, if you will. And I love that she makes herself prevalent once we speak of her, of course. Has to make sure that the attention is around her, the star player. One of the biggest stars that have graced the earth of Game Changers, right? Absolutely insane. Winning the global title at such a young age. And going off to high school, finishing it up, completing that, and then coming back again right before she goes to university. Why not? Because she can. It's Mary. Mimi, though, in trouble. The only player left out to the back of this site. A lot thrown at her. Doesn't do much damage in the end, although it felt like there could have been quite some potential there. Rescue so far forward. How does she even get that? She's so damn low at the same time, and she still grabs another. Keeps things doable for G2. Vanya now against Madvi and Mary, and I think both of them could drop with a bullet to the head as they're both low. Mary to save the day. First kill and last kill of the round to give Falcons the win.
Yeah, maybe the most important ones in both cases, and for Falcons, that's going to be a huge victory to sort of kick things off at the start. Definitely a few spanners thrown into the work, or maybe one more so, with Rescue still putting up numbers. But yeah, an important one of that, and I do think that what the Chamber is going to add in as a dynamic is how aggressive G2 Gozen could actually be, because a lot of the time when you talk about this map, you're going to talk about, especially A side, the pushes up towards rubble and sort of taking that space. Well, if there's a headhunter or a tour de force or an operator in those sort of positions, you might have to be that little bit more careful. So we'll see if that's something they have to adapt to. Obviously, last time out when they played, they were utterly dominant. But it's worth noting that was on their attack. They had a 9-3 attack half.
Well, it's a shooting gallery now for this round in particular. Mimi's only able to find one, but Vanya isn't standing on much health either. A bullet through the wall there as well. Spray down from Sandra as she swings past. a Ferrari peak, and it's 2-0 for Falcons.
Yeah, sort of the expected start, but this is where we're looking at that response. Obviously, G2, as always, have had results versus teams on either side of the map. A 10-2 defensive half versus heroic Valkyries. Just a week before that result versus Falcons. But it is a map that they haven't been playing anywhere near as much. Maybe that's respect shown by others, but it's not one they've been actively picking either. But maybe a possible ground for Falcons, but that's always the difficult thing. Mary already going to be looking for that aggressive peak, but let's say Vanya's not going to shy away from that fight.
No. Thankfully for her, she's got a saving grace in the likes of the Rendezvous. Petra is the next player in contention, has to respect the peak as two players approach into her screen. Yeah, Amy is there, nearby.
There.
There is a lot of pressure mounting on this B site from both ends. And this collapse could be quite bloody. Vanya on the other end, also waiting for the throw in the paranoia, but as the door opens up, she finds herself with Amy covering her back. And with a push onto A, G2 not sure where to go. A lot of damage now done towards the C site. A lot of movement and noise created. It's Amy to hold the line. Mad V to trade right back up. Falcons, they could win their bonus and it could turn the tide in their favor. Still Vanya keeping things competitive, but not over for G2 as two rifles are still in play.
The chance for potentially the best start.
Oh.
And actually, the wingman still being able to get that kill. We're looking at the position of Mary just that little bit further back. Almost trying to hold on to that cross. That's the dive in.
Huge.
Rescue not able to land a bullet. The TP away, a disappearing act. Leaves Petra alone, and eventually Mary's there again. Starting the round, ending the round. It's 3-0 for Falcons.
Mary the Magician. Just somehow getting a headshot on her way back. It's as if she left the bullet behind her before she disappeared. And committed to that rendezvous, and there you have it. I mean, look, it was very competitive all across the board. It was a bit of back and forth and between them deciding it's going to be a B hit or a C hit, which it felt like G2 had the right read on. But Mary, again, doing such a good work on that clutch, allows Falcons to win the bonus.
He does have a showstopper for this round, and again, Vanya is not shying away from the fight. There's been plenty of these anti-eco pistol sheriff wins that either side have been able to take, and you can see that Falcons are actually playing this one quite patiently, waiting back towards the spawn. They know that there's going to be some level of aggression in this round, so they are watching to try and find in which direction it comes from.
Thing is, you always have to be scared of these rounds. Right, give a kill to G2 here, given the showstopper is still in play for them. Anything can happen. We've seen so many of them. I'm just instantly wary. Door opened up, and that causes a chain reaction for G2. They've huddled up together and just simply making their way here. Nothing too rush, nothing too hush either. But it seems like the push into C might be the wise idea. Vanya force a TP back. Falcons, this is a very slow approach into C, and G2 might be here on time. The smoke comes in, so there might be an opportunity for Vanya to hold back, but no, Mary expects it. Nanoswarm to prohibit the push either way. Mimi finds herself on the backline, and I think Falcons overcooking it here might allow Mimi to just grab a double kill and put G2 into this round. Amy's here to catapult them even further ahead. 15 seconds though, and Falcons getting the spike down and still having their weapons available to them is everything that they need. Showstopper not to be thrown by Rescue, knowing she can go for the first kill. Madvi so close to the action, but it's Petra's bullet to find success. G2, of course, it's a sheriff round to put them on the board.
There just doesn't seem to be a way to have Falcons get off to a good start. You look at the 3-0 and you think, finally something's going their way in the early stages of a map, and then G2 go out. I do think, like, towards the end of that round, it just got shaky. Like, you could see the nerves there a little bit with, like, for example, the way that 2v2 was played. Like, first player left so desperately in the open, caught by the door being open. Mimi shouldn't have got two there, but it's sort of towards the end. I think it was Sandra just had her back turned to an angle that they just didn't expect anybody to be in. That is a painful round to lose. Luckily for them, 3-0, you win your bonus. You're still going to have finances, but it's making sure that this doesn't affect you mentally, and more so, doesn't give G2 a springboard.
I mean, G2 might be springboarding themselves onto this B site. But no, instead they drop back. Issue not quite resolved, given that pressure can still be inflicted and through door. So the fact that Madvi is backed off and the Prowler doesn't catch her, do you think there's not enough pressure here to excuse 3 players hiding out in B? So re-navigating.
Monster on the loose.
Thrash here to initiate things. Nano swarms everywhere. It's a bit of a minefield. Paranoia catching off Toki and is having trouble taking down Timmy the turret. Amy, though, has a smoke to work around here and may consider pushing it, given that a flash comes in from the other side of her team. Well, oh, it's a good old combo, but there's no one at the back of the site. It's only Wingman, and he just got the spike down anyway. Thrash, it's the second time it's going to be used, but 3 players stacked together will deal with him nicely. Madvi's position should be strong, but it's also a position that everybody checks. Res Q, good attempt, but no cigar. And still, this is very, very close. G2 moving in together, finally finding success, getting things rolling their way. But Toki is being such a menace, being left behind. The rest of them can focus out into Mound and draw attention towards him, while Toki does her madness, ends up dropping still and keeping things square ever, bringing things right back into Falcon's way. And with that tempo going back and forth to both side and Mound, allows Falcon to stabilize and get the win in the end.
Yeah, it's solid post plants and the takes onto the site. Like I said in the last map, like when they have an ultimate online, it seems like a lot of their takes become a hell of a lot more effective. Just having that Thrash to be able to take control of the site. And once they get into these sort of positions where it's more about trading, more about hitting their shots, that's exactly where Falcons come alive. Some slightly more aggressive post plants as well that G2 weren't necessarily ready for. I will say that I expect G2 to have a good attack. So although this is a fantastic start, I want to see a big half from Falcons. Like from this point on, I want to see like minimum 7, but ideally 8 attack rounds, because we've seen many a time from the inception of this map how good teams can be on that attack side. And well, Gozen have already proven it versus this exact team.
Yeah.
So making sure that they really do increase that gap. I'm also looking again, like this is G2 Gozen coming in with probably a weaker purchase in terms of weaponry, but they do have a couple of ults that can pad the gap, and also Amy only being one off having the lockdown as well. This could be a good opportunity for them to still do quite a lot of damage in a round that looks like it should be heavily favored to Falcons.
I mean, they've made it work with just the Bulldog and 4 Sheriffs before, in this game in particular as well. So you wouldn't be too far off with assuming G2 are always in a fighting chance.
Get it.
We managed to pave the way out here. One way to prohibit any sort of shenanigans out of C long, but you can see A is also being explored massively from G2. Sandra's already greeting a lot of presence. There's at least 2 nearby. Rescue's explosiveness allows for the correction onto Madvi. How? I'm just scratching my head here. How?
Still, majority of weaponry going the other direction. 3 players still ready and waiting. Viper's Pit probably not going to be used from the corner. Mimi's just going to try and delay them with the snake bite, hold them into spot. And I think that Falcons are starting to realize, although there's been aggression on the other side of the map, walking into that site blind definitely be a trap.
Well, at least the Vandal is out of reach for G2, so that can't be argued back into the arsenal. But the longer Falcons wait, the more time will be a factor they need to fear. Thankfully for them, G2 haven't circumnavigated towards the safe site. Otherwise, they would be in a world of hurt. It will be fairly open for them. So the retake will be the game here for G2. They've been able to throw the spike 14 seconds. It disallows Toki to use the showstopper in its entirety. Can't go deep. She would have loved to use it towards their opposing side spawn. The spike will be going down, so it buys time for G2.
that Seize didn't even allow them to really clear out everything on the site. It was fantastic timing, though. Could be everything. Toki in such an aggressive position, but it's only going to be the trade. A nice shot from Petra as well. Picks another up with that Bulldog. Mary still deafened, still can't hear, and has to retreat back, leaving her teammate of Ava. And now it is onto that star duelist, the Chamber, to try and turn the tide back in this round. A round that should have been theirs, and as always, when a round should have been theirs, it never seems to be.
It really never does seem to be that. G2 always making Thrifties work. How does this even happen? Like, I was already scratching my head from the first kill, where Rescue just aggressed in, missed the first shot as Eva was just running away, and then ends up getting another. I don't get it. I simply don't get it.
See, there's a moment there where I think if Toki just commits to that fight after being hit by the Nightfall, they win that round. And it's a split-second decision that you definitely can't blame her for. She wanted to play numbers over getting over-aggressive, but she kills off Petra. Petra's unable to swing and get that second player, and maybe there's not the same domino effect.
Oh, Seize. Oh, thankfully there's a Ronivore there for Mary, and gets Res Q before she drops back. Vanya's hyper-aggressive, and that's the trade that they needed. By the way, Tour de Force was the only thing Falcons had to their disposal by means of a decent gun. Now they're reliant on the Hun guns.
You don't believe? After all this time?
Oh, no! Well, now I don't. 2 died to the nanoswarms.
Oh,
Ouch.
That's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. Otherwise, it was looking like a pretty good round for them already. Toki's managed to find some interesting space, but probably the weirdest battle you're ever going to see. It's a defender playing towards rubble, fighting a player rotating through the spawn. A chance for Ava. It would be impressive. I think Mimi's just not even going to try and give her that fight, wanting to try and play with her teammate. And well, if that first shot connected, maybe there was a little bit of hope, but it will be a third round for G2. And again, as said, it's all well and good getting off to that 4-1 start, but this needs to be a big half from Falcons. I think if they're going to have a chance to turn around this series, a close map might not do it. I want to see them have a really big half here, and G2 are already climbing back into this one.
It feels like this entire series, Falcons just struggle to play from the front. It's as if there's a mental block there that they play better when they're the ones chasing than the ones being chased, right? Because the streak of rounds come in only when G2 are on the precipice of closing out maps. It's insane how that works, and it's definitely a mental block that definitely needs to be addressed, but it's too late. You can't do it on the fly.
Where are you?
Mary again deep this time with the operator. She's allowed to go even deeper this time. You can see the focus pit towards C as well, so there's heavy defenders on every site of this map.
But this is the thing with G2 Goes, and again, I've given them credit throughout the series. You catch them with something once, and the next time you try it, there's stuff in your way. A Prowler immediately put in, and already, well, rescued. I'm just so impressed with how she's able to take some of these fights that look favorable to an opponent and still win them.
It's what makes her so brilliant. Another G2 Goes in Prodigy. Looking to see if they can find and relive the glory of...
Here.
Mary is living on thin ice right here, and the fact that Vanya can just swing it will be repeated again. Oh, she's smart about it. Knows that there are others around, and she might be in trouble. Paranoia. That's a deep swing by Mary. Good capitalization of that space. But now they need to take over this A site. You can see how close Petra is to this. Again, it sees. This time, I don't think it catches too many people. 2 players can just waltz through. It doesn't matter, though. Petra and Rescue have lined up their shots. It's a wall of lead that puts Falcons to a full stop and ends this round to allow G2 to equalize.
Honestly, the way that Rescue plays and how individually solid she is, I'm almost thinking VCT teams need to start looking to hit her up, because it's just so crisp with the way that she's sort of just firing on all cylinders. It seems like there's no duel that she can't win. And then again, like, I'm always going to sing the praises of Petra, but this map, her supportive utility has been disgusting. Like, each time there's been an attempt to try and push through, she has someone seized. I don't think I've seen this many seizes hit in a single map, and we're only within the first half. In fact, the first 8 rounds. Like, she's catching so many players with this Fade utility. It's actually just disgusting. I think by the end of the map, we'll be able to have a full seize montage, which, by the way, doesn't exist.
No. This is difficult to see if you're a Falcons fan right now. Look, Falcons have had a tremendous run so far. You can't underestimate it. They've been Grim Reapers in that lower bracket. Every team that faced them, 2-0 defeat out of the tournament. Every single one. But now they're in the final. They're in the big boy fight. Big girl fight, rather. And it's a hard situation. They seemingly can't find the answer. G2 goes in are just a different breed. And the thing is, Falcons have got the entire region of men on their shoulders at the same time, right? There's so much hope for this team to bring glory to a region that hasn't quite tasted it yet in the world of Valorant. And they'd love to. They really would. A great, passionate crowd. But what stands between that glory and Falcons is a reverse sweep. 3 maps consecutive. And it all begins here on Lotus.
Oh, and as it's been proven time and time again, you go 3-0 up, you go 4-1 up. And there's always just that one fingertip of G2 goes and clinging on to climb straight back up the hill. They're going back to this C site, but walking into what is basically a double sentinel. The Viper alongside Killjoy util, it's going to be difficult to break through.
Toki, back of sight, explosives if ever. Amy couldn't anticipate that quick enough, but Mimi sticks around. And that's interesting. Usually you'd vacate the site, but not Mimi. This time around, Rescue looks to panic. Back it up! How fast did she get here? Is this Sonic the Hedgehog? Because I didn't see that coming, Falcons. And now being able to bring things back off of Ever's kill. And Toki at the back of the site, still being a menace, but 34 seconds. You've got to call the rotate here. And it's for good reason, because G2 would have held the line with their life.
Good mid-round. Viper's Pit, the respect being shown, but Space has been taken past it. Vanny has really gone through. In fact, that's the Viper down. Nice trade, though, and it's going to be even more from Ava. That 1-2 punch of Mary and Ava strikes again for Falcons to reclaim their lead. Still looking for that advantage over on that attack side. As said, I think a minimum of 7 rounds, 8 ideally. Well, if they want that, they need the last 3.
So basically, G2 cannot get another round this half. And to be fair, even the rounds that Falcons do win, they're shaky. They're off of some individual play. Eva was the one doing it this time. Maybe a bit of Mary in there as well. It's like adding salt and pepper into a mix, but you need the consistency. You need the main recipe. This little seasoning, flavoring here and there can only help you so much.
Right there. Right there.
Ults definitely favor G2. They haven't really been playing a lot of the retakes though, but again, they've got this aggressive stance. I think this lockdown's definitely not going to be used. Just looking at Amy's current position, I'd be very surprised.
Is he broken down by a teammate, so it doesn't reveal her? That's impressive. And Amy can double up as they walk beside her. Yeah, count this round out. Falcons need a miracle to draw it right back in their favor. No trade goes their way.
Talk about the adaptations. It's what G2 do best, just making sure that Dizzy couldn't ping the player in the corner. Gave Amy the best of chances. Mary's going to try and almost dry peek this one, and she's going to win that battle. Amy's still sitting here, though. She'll go down as well. Maybe that miracle's happening after all.
Mary's actually considering going after Petra here. The Nightfall drops, forcing Falcons into silence. Oh, but they read Rescue's positioning perfectly. Eva and Mary saving the day again. Heroics required, but heroics abroad. If they can bring it consistently, sure, bring it on, because it makes for a good show. But Vanya's found herself a flank. The Falcons are locked in. Hints it in. Smoke might even give a one-way. Sandra, boots were showing, so Vanya knew exactly what to do. Eva on the side, Petra side swings, and that's exactly what is needed. And I think there's just enough time to get this defuse as well. G2 looking to equalize, even though Falcons got a lot down anyway.
Yeah, this round was swings and roundabouts, really. It was that first initial fight which looked like the round was over. A really nice interplay again, just to make sure that nothing was going to come off the back of the same set play that we've seen. Then you just have some impressive dry peaks, basically. Mary winning a fight, and then Ava making sure her teammate stays alive. And then this late flank from Vanya. And that's the thing. We knew the second she was bought out from BBL Queens that this player was going to be a difference maker. We knew it. She was the best player. Even when G2 was still winning events, she was the #1 in EMEA. And Ava was up there as well. These two have been teammates to enemies.
Here.
And while Vanya right now seems like she might have got the better deal.
Paranoia out, and G2 keep on liking, spicing things up, changing it, and disallow Falcons from doing their own thing. And that's what you do on this map. It's why Lotus has been so good for G2. They know how to run circles around their opponents on whatever side they are placed on from the shadows. Doesn't provide much info, at least it clears out the upper end. So it's reset. For a second there I thought Mary would have gone for the dry peek. Got me scared at the edge of my seat, but we've just closed the 1 minute mark and Falcons are going for a pivot, or at least the fake of it.
Thing is, you can see G2 are playing so passive. They've got that lockdown if they were ever to need it, but they're just not going to give any fights over. The B site definitely seems like one of the better options, but again, that lockdown's going to be ever more problematic. No doubt the C's has probably caught someone as they try. Yep. Who's surprised? Not me. They've seen it all the way through the game, just slowing them down. Now the rotation will come in. Obviously, got to be careful of any late lurks, but in this case, there aren't any.
Look how careful G2 are playing it, knowing how far forwards Falcons could have pushed. Two players lined up here to the spawn. They're clearing every single side. Amy holding the line to perfection. Nothing shot across. Not a player, not a fly, slapped down into the wall and the ground. Sandra trying to cook something up herself, but Mimi turns the whole kitchen upside down. G2, not only did they equalize around before, but they might actually be taking the lead here, Tom. Falcons are not allowed to do their thing on this attack.
Yeah, and it's always those adaptations. The Andaluthia flawless. And this team is so good at just changing things up on the fly, from a problematic C site to having a stronghold on that defense. Some solid retakes as well. And in this round, again, you allow your opponents into an afterplant, you expect there to be blood. But the fact is, G2 goes and made that look easy. 6 rounds already on their defense. As said, last time these two teams played, it was a 9-3 attack half for G2 goes. And so to say they're not in the driver's seat at this point after being 4-1 down would be ludicrous. And with 2 maps already to the good, I don't know. I feel like the crown's already halfway to being on their head.
And this time, they're mounting pressure towards A. The Falcons have placed some players, but more on the lurker role. Falcons have been hanging out so much around Mound, it feels like it's been the Mound simulator. But with varied levels of success. Cool Killjoy setup as well. This lockdown can come in, disrupt. Push out from main, an opportunity for rescue. No, the door wasn't quite open for that. The lockdown will be dropped instantly in response. Toki is so low. Barely standing after that. Showstopper trying to catch anyone by surprise there, but won't be happening. Falcons full control. Rescue back in the fight. Wingman not to plant. Amy also mounting this pressure. G2 not allowing Falcons to breathe, constantly pushing them up against the wall. And with 30 seconds to spare, they just start to have sweat on their brows.
Plant at least will be coming in, but there still seems to be a lot to do. Needing a hero on the side of Falcons, and they're just not arising. The timing couldn't be worse. And Toki, this would have to be one for the ages, and it isn't going to be. From an advantage to a disadvantage now going into that second half, and I almost fear, Pavlos, that they may just need themselves a pistol.
Oh, definitely. Without it, it feels so lost. G2 by the end of these halves are just so strong. These buy rounds incredible, and they mounted a bit of a streak there. 3 rounds in a row when they knew Falcons required it. So much pressure they're putting, and you've got to think this is mental from Falcons as well. They're losing a lot of mental fortitude.
Well, just look
being
at the
2 maps
retakes.
down, 7-5.
Six out of 7 previous rounds, and 5 of them were diffuses. Like, it just shows that G2 adapted to, okay, we can fight a lot of these rounds, we can be aggressive and try and take them down, or we can play as a unit in the retake. And that's exactly what they did. Started playing those retakes, and it just worked for them. I'm definitely worried now, because as I said, G2's attack on this map has been sublime.
And it's up to Falcons to show us otherwise, right? To prove us that we don't have to be worried and we can put some more faith into them. Definitely some inkling of hope, but hope is the last thing that will die, right? And for Falcons, that's the only thing they've got right now. At least they're not too far away, and a pistol could do wonders. Though, G2 might have chosen a good site to push here. 2 players to the back of the rescue, finding the upper ground, and it catches Sandra by storm. Toki looking to switch it up, and it's for good reason. The trade is there, and Madvi hasn't even shown her ground yet, so Amy might be able to catch her. No, Madvi instead is able to return it. Falcons, they themselves bring out a page out of G2's handbook and get themselves at least some extra pressure off of G2. And little by little, they will whittle the remaining players down, and the pistol that they need goes their way.
Wow, that's now both of them under their belt as well. It's worth noting that still currently will be only equal with G2, even if they convert both of them, which again, it kind of shows where they are in terms of those buy rounds, but definitely a solid round from them. Again, coming back in, I think Toki, a well-needed individual round from her to sort of push her up the board. It's been a quieter performance for her, being back on that duel list, with Ava being the really sort of shining light alongside Mary. As said, that 1-2 punch for this team has been probably the most enjoyable thing we've seen from Falcons all the way through their lower bracket run. Now, though, this is probably the least you're ever going to see G2 invest in a second round. It is next to nothing. They are confident in their buys.
They really are. But then again, they're also confident on their pistols. And that's what Toki needs to be scared of. Oh, no. Is history really repeating itself again? Mary on the other end. And again, an isolated piece of prey that G2 can just run after. Hello, this A site is ours, they cry. And just move in as a unit and take it as their own.
Falcons bought 5 rifles in this round. Like, this isn't even like there's a couple of weaker weapons. Every single one is a valuable piece that if they were to lose would be so painful. They just can't let this round slip.
Oh, timing. I'm not quite sure if Vanya is aware, but Mimi is. Wow. I think it's 1 shot, 2 kills by G2, and I need a thrifty counter at this point. I have lost track.
Oh, that's the worst one, though. That's a second round where you've bought 5 rifles. Think about how many teams do that. I can't think of any. You normally buy a couple of SMGs, maybe you do 3 rifles and 2 pistols. That's normally the most. 5 rifles and you get 1 kill? That might just be the nail in the coffin. That might be GG.
And there is no go next. There is no Lotus if they lose this. G2 are 1 map away from their 7th title in this region. Mimi, the intuition is absolutely out of this world. I mean, Falcons are on a pistol. Sure, they're not expected to do too much, but G2, is that really how you want to do them? Dirty? Well, Mary wants to show them what that pie looks like.
There.
Oh, God.
Well, a minute left on the clock, at least. The players are even, but that's about it. You're looking at Mad V to see if she can maybe hit a shot or 2. You could just see, like, G2 are just waiting. They're waiting for someone to make a move. Nice shot at least. But it's still only going to be the trade. There needs to be quite a bit more, but there's some hope in this round.
There is. But as long as G2 aren't giving them anything,
planted.
how much really can you hope for, right? The first 2 kills, sure, they're nice. They're fancy. Gives you the equalizer in numbers, but when you've got a rifle that can spray, scratch that Toki is good. But Mimi with the Guardian is better, and of course making it just that easier that the Arsenal is much more heavily stocked on the G2 side. A 3-round gap has been created, and 4 rounds only required for G2 to make this title their own.
It's unfortunate, because if this was flipped and that was the second round of Falcons, I'd be singing their praise. I'd say, you know what, you've done a lot of damage. You've taken it down to 2 guns. The unfortunate truth is you delivered them those guns, so it doesn't quite hit the same. Like, the rebuys now would be the same as if you were going into a buy round, except you had a little bit of an extra boost. This needs to be a solid round from Falcons. I feel like otherwise G2 are just going to run away with this.
Wow.
Oh, it's just nothing.
And the fact, and the fact that it's Rescue to win this fight, it's this duel, right? The fight of the prodigies, it's Rescue to win it this time around. Up until this point, it's sort of been more of a team endeavor, right? G2 grouping up better as a unit, but start missing on those individual fights as well. Mary not allowed any openers. That's insult to injury. That hurts even more, and it puts Falcons even further behind.
Getting back in is not going to be easy. What is that shot from Petra? These last couple of rounds, it seems like Mimi and Petra have decided that this game is over. They're the experienced ones, normally setting up the young guns on the rest of the team, but every once in a while, I say that, every couple of maps, they decide to just close out a game, and at 10-6 up with that's the crazy thing. It's 10-6 with both pistols and a 4-1 start for Falcons. I think we finally are seeing what is the true depth and character of this G2 side. When it gets close to crunch time, when it gets close to the end of this match, they improve. Some teams might take their foot off the gas. You look at yesterday, Falcons clean the first 2, the third map shaky, and then they close it out. G2 are not like that. They only get better as things go on.
The confidence is just going through their veins and arteries. It just feels clean. G2, there's nothing that's stopping them. And this is the final timeout for Falcons. This is truly the final step. Do or die. This moment, right here, right now. And the sad thing is, they don't have a bye.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to really have the right words to say. I think, like, Mary has said it in the past, where in their map yesterday, where they managed to sort of come back at the end to close out 3-1, they said that they weren't playing like themselves, and maybe there's the words that can be said that will sort of bring them back, because there have been blips, more so in this map than the others. I think, like, Breeze was above expectations. The last map started strong, as did this one. But the buy rounds and the streaks that we're seeing from G2, I don't know if there's anything that can be said in this moment that will turn the tide for Falcons.
Well, Falcons play best when there's confidence, when they're allowed to play their game, aggressive, in your face, Valorant. That's what they love to play. And they're not being allowed to do that. They're having to stall things out, knowing that G2 are good on these reads. They can take those gunfights 1-1 because they match them, ability-wise, mechanically. And right now, they can't outsmart them. Falcons are struggling on all fronts.
Shadows traveling.
And they need someone, something. Eyes on Mary. She's been the saving grace. She's been topping the ranks. But it looks like she's met her maker, right? G2 well and truly know how Mary performs, what she likes, her tendencies. They know that she'll aggress like that and be ready for the trade. And instantly, G2 might have created an opening. Falcons looking to approach it, but G2 might be just a step ahead.
Maybe one day the student will become the master, but I don't think today is that day. Showstopper missed. Nice work from Sandra. The pop flash that came out from Ava was perfect. It gives them a player advantage. In fact, Sandra's taken a second. Finally seeing a little bit of life, but they've still got to deal with Mimi. These last couple of rounds, she's been close and almost there for Amy, but it will be Toki to give them another round. The individual prowess of Falcons shines through, and they're not out just yet.
No, it's just like, hang on a second, give us another chance. Don't count us out just yet. I feel like that's what Falcons are saying right here. But I think we won't believe it until, you know, there's an equalizer on the board. It's like we said, yeah, okay, they'll find a few rounds here and there. There'll be moments of brilliance. It's a matter of chaining it all together and being able to create a lead. They haven't been able to sustain a lead by any means this entire series. And get us wrong, they've been able to do it in this tournament. It's that G2 goes and they've got the answers.
Well, the showstopper online. The Viper's Pit is the ult that really grabs the eye. Oh, I don't know how. Mary's managed to win that, and Mimi was trying to capitalize. That is the Viper's Pit gone, but Amy has then found the trade.
And a very important one. What's worked out here? Amy's just trying to make Falcons fall for an A play. But Falcons ain't budging this time. Thankfully for them, the actual push is C. And they've got two defenders standing, waiting for the imminent arrival. This paranoia could be huge, actually, off the back of hearing the Prowler as well. Sandra on a different front clears out Amy, who was quite pesky in that position. But G2 pull a rotate. Bit of a pivot. To the B site they go.
The showstopper definitely deterred them. Information isn't going to be there until the steps are heard. And deep control.
Spike planted. Right there.
Been taken by Vanya. Even still, though, the advantage sits with Falcons.
G2 players that could take isolated fights, though. They won't be able to be grouped together in this, even though they've created somewhat of a crossfire. Petra needs to focus towards her back end. Vanya is the only saving grace in this round. That's 2 kills, but Toki has the side angle with Falcons. Having most players by the end of that one was what allowed them to keep themselves alive. That's 2 consecutive, and 2 to go to equalize. I don't know, Tom, if I should believe or not yet.
I think it's a long way and a G2 tactical pause to go before you could truly believe.
True.
But, the good thing for them is okay. Well, that was well timed, I guess. The thing is, on the other side for Falcons, they've still got all of their ults. Like they used the showstopper to deter the push onto the C site, which was great from them. But everything else has been kept online. I do think G2 maybe got a little bit overzealous, like Mimi wanting to peek out and take down Mary, cost them the Viper's Pit. And that's the one thing that sort of was the ult that they had in that round. It means they still have it for this one. And the other problem for Falcons is that because of the streak of rounds plus the second round victory, even with a bye here, the economy isn't broken for G2 after 2 rounds in a row. So it definitely still leaves G2 with a lot of wiggle room to play with on a map that they're very confident at and a map that they're very good at adapting at. So I'm liking what I'm seeing over the last couple of rounds, but I want to see it almost that little bit more dominantly. Like maybe Mary starts to really flex because she is climbing up that board. She is getting there. And with a tour de force this round, who knows?
Oh, I think it's been 3 rounds where she found the opening kill. Sure, one of them didn't get converted into a victory, but she is making her presence known. She is putting constantly more pressure onto G2 here. And a tour de force will be brought out from her as well this time, and it's in the right direction. B is being approached. Paranoia is in danger of doing a lot here, but Falcons have walked so far backwards here, knowing that this push and the utility thrown into it is going to mark other end. Mary having no sightline over the push, but Toki sticks around and still ends up on top. Not the second, though. It's traded, and G2 can reset.
God, they still have ults to play with as well. That Nightfall available, which is one of the perfect counters to a Viper's Pit. The other thing as well is if they go towards the tree, they're actually going to be able to bypass the pit, which I'll be interested to see what plan there is for Falcons, because that pit gives them a lot of control, but it also leaves a pretty hefty gap.
Cover going out. Shadows traveling.
Prowler on the lookout. Mad V holding onto the paranoia until she hears another instance of utility collapse onto B, but it's a ruse. The main fight is coming in from Hobbit as well. So it's a double-sided approach, but it's a spray down from Petra with the revealed Mary to end up G2 equalizing things. Amy on the other end looking to go for the chase as Sandra drops back into the safety of her pit. 18 seconds and G2 need to get the spike down.
And they've managed to dodge a lot of the danger though. That we've already seen Thrash thrown out. And that was one of the main pieces of utility that could be used.
Amy and Vanya grouped up. Eva in trouble here. This wingman could be clutch. And so is the paranoia. Vanya, though, is close enough to be able to see her opponent. Mad V and Sandra are on the chase, but G2 have got the numbers. They've even got Petra on the other end. Falcons find themselves into a pincer with nothing they can do. At G2 close the gap to that penultimate ending tournament score.
It's just some of the kills that we see from Petra in this round are truly absurd. Like, she connects onto Mary with the Nightfall, realizes that doesn't hear the TP, doesn't hear anything going away, and just decides to spam, gets that kill for free, has a perfect lineup onto the spike while her teammates take aggressive control. It's a post-plant to idealize for G2, and now, well, just look at the damage. 2 rounds in a row for Falcons and no real credits built up. She's going to be Mary playing with the rifle, even with the headhunter in back pocket. They have full faith in her ability. And maybe just have faith in the Sheriffs for others.
Thing is, for me, Sheriff, Vandal, they're all the same at this point. Sometimes even the classics are put in the same conversation, especially when looking at these two teams. Mary closed the fight there. It's Toki to get the kill instead. Oh, that's interesting. Traded. Oh, dear me. We're in a kerfuffle here. Falcons have left one site exposed and one limited to 1 defender.
This crossfire could be filthy. I think Mary could even just be used somewhat as bait. Still has an opportunity to get aggressive, but it's definitely not going to be easy with the weaponry that's on hand, and especially with the rotation away. The Ruse has sold them completely.
Oh! She just got away in time because her position was pinged previously. She would have been in trouble, but she's gone all the way around here this time. Mary is able to find herself into the fight quickly enough, and she's the one with the Vandal. She's got to do everything for Falcons here. It's do or die. Lockdown gives space to G2 to put the spike down. The matter is, can Falcons do anything about it once it drops?
There's still a Viper's Pit. G2 are just committing everything to this round just to make sure that it gets over the line. Get them to 12, get them to map and series point. It's a risk. Ava had nothing. Just a classic to play with. It's now on to Mary and Sandra.
A Mary special is required with a cherry on top. Amy is just such a menace. Piranha in the pit. Just yapping and getting herself on top. G2 map and tournament point. Falcons trailing really far behind. The sweat is visible.
Again, it just shows the opponent that they're up against today. That you can win both pistols. You can even win a cheeky round or 2 here and there that maybe you shouldn't have done. And even still, you find yourself up against 4 tournament points. Even still, you're struggling to get yourself into positions where you can face off against this team. They've proven they can hang with them. But thus far, they have not proven that they can take a map, at least in this series.
Bring them down.
One away for G2 to making it the lucky number 7. Falcons might have got a decent read here. It might be far from over. Sandra flying to the back of site. Mary is there to assist there. It's all down to Mary to try and save the day, but that's not going to happen. G2 were determined to take site control. Falcons require heroics, whoever it may be. This time it can't be Mary. It's got to be one of the rest. Toki knows where one is, but does that matter? Because there's a lurk in the making as well. Amy is rotating around, even though G2 may start to lose a few kills. There's an extra guarantee lurking in the shadows behind her. Mimi finally able to trade back, and she eventually drops. But again, Amy is just approaching and is able to shut down Mad V. Rescue comes out from the shadows, and G2 secure it. The mantelpiece is looking really good right now, as they have a trophy for every day of the week.
well, a German organization with 7 championships. I think now matching up to Michael Schumacher. It's a pretty legendary number in Germany, and you know what? This team is legendary in their own right. Petra and Mimi have been there for all of it, but no matter who they bring to the table, no matter who they add to this team, they manage to fit them in, make them into superstars. And while ResQ has been a shining light this year, someone who I think on the international stage should be feared by many, if not all.
They're just superior. Falcons, yeah, they were great. A Grim Reaper on the lower bracket, eliminating everyone in their sights, but not G2. Not G2 goes and not this squad. Some players with prestige, some players with new prowess that are looking to prove themselves on a stage for the very first times and haven't quite made the global stage right. Right, haven't been able to prove themselves against other regions, but this is just the beginning, I feel, here, Tom, for this squad. And it's a good thing we've got the analysts to break everything down, because that was a mighty final, close fights all across the board. We'll be back right after this.
Thank you so much, Pavlos and Tom. I have thoroughly enjoyed listening to your commentary this grand final, and I thoroughly enjoyed watching Falcons take on G2. I think this is a rivalry that can run and run. I think, Pilsky and Billy, the best thing would be to take a look at the timeline from Lotus and just kind of break down what we saw and how it went the way of G2. Because, Pilsky, you were actually saying at the start of that map that you were slightly concerned that G2 were not going to be challenging enough map control. But actually, as the first half went wrong, we saw that we were wrong.
Oh, I think it was more so like the Falcons comp with only the single initiator. I was a little worried that they were going to have a tough time kind of pivoting around the map. But you can see here, like, despite the fact that, you know, Falcons is pretty competitive in first kills, despite the fact that Falcons has done very well, as Tom kind of pointed out, to win both pistols. When you lose multiple thrifty rounds, which there were a lot this series, there was at least 1, if not 2, every single map going each way back and forth. It really changes the trajectory of the game. But I think it would be underselling it to say that that's how G2 won this grand final. It was built on fundamentals. It was built on a really rock solid core of players and a good approach to the game. And it was the same thing on Lotus. They're playing the most standard meta comp at the moment on Lotus, and they're playing it pretty well.
Ellie.
Yeah, I think just to add to that, you know, we were a little frustrated at G2's defense in the beginning. They kind of weren't really seeking that early information with the Prowlers, and after we'd said that, Petra did start doing that, so it was really nice to see that. And it's not to take away from Petra's utility usage throughout the game, because she was one of the star players for me.
Well, let's take a look at the numbers from the individuals on each team. I think we just have to talk about ResQ, really, because even though she wasn't the MVP statistically, it's so exciting to watch her. Just her aim is so crisp, she's so impactful for her team, and for such a young player, she is so fearless, Billy.
Yeah, absolutely. ResQ, one of those players, you know, the Turkish aim, pretty elite. And seeing her come up against these Falcon Vega players, she really shone through, you know, having that assisted utility from Petra as well, as we've just mentioned. It really allowed her to kind of outperform Falcons Vega in the end.
Yeah, I think honestly G2 got this map in particular done by committee. You can see them all within a couple kills of each other. Amy's a little bit further out in front. They're all very close in terms of ACS. Like, this was just a really solid team performance, but Amy, particularly in this grand final, played a whole lot better than the rest of the stage. I think she's hit something like plus 30 in one series and been really, really dominant. So this was a fantastic series from her. But it was just as much of a performance from everyone on G2 for sure in their respective roles.
Well, after we were questioning how Petra's util would be used on this map, we then saw an absolute tour de force on the Fade. So I think, Billy, we should probably take a look at, obviously, the numbers here, but I think we want to also see some highlights as well if we can.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of the star moments from G2 were in thrifty rounds, is what we've seen throughout that map. And it's really when I think you can see the actual experience of individuals shine. Petra's support of utility usage, I know that Tom was shouting about it during the cast, but as he said, there were so many seizes that stopped Falcons Vega even getting to execute onto site, just really helping delay that push coming in from a supportive, initiating player nonetheless, not a controller, not a sentinel. So yeah, I think that she played played Fade absolutely phenomenally.
Yeah, and it wasn't just on this map, it was also split. Like, the way that she plays Fade just gathers info and informs the decisions for G2. Like, she prowlers in the mid to late round to inform the rotates on defense. On attack, she's able to, you know, throw the right pieces of util to help the site entry get facilitated a little bit better. And it's something that you see with a lot of popularity. Lotus is a 3-lane map, and the fact that you have 2 prowlers that can kind of clear some of those lanes or gather info on the defense side is super, super important. And Petra just plays that agent really, really well. So I think going forward, anyone that takes on G2, it's something that you got to keep your eye on. Like, when do they prowler and when do they look for timings? Because on Split, for example, they're prowlering out A and then they're rotating accordingly in the mid round. Here you see a perfect example of it. She's in the link. They're heavily stacked towards C. She prowlers out A through the Viper wall. It locks onto someone, so they know Falcons is pivoting back to A with 30 seconds on the clock, and then drops the C's on door, which not only counters the showstopper, but buys another extra 10 seconds on the rotation and allows G2 to actually pivot into position. And then the Nightfall hits almost everyone on Falcons as they come into the site. So you literally could not have played the Fade better in this round, and it's what's allowed G2 to win yet another Thrifty. I think they won 3 this game.
It's absolutely insane from G2, but I guess we would expect nothing less from this team. And it's also fantastic to see how, even though they changed the in-game leader role going into this season, we've seen Mimi's performance maintain, and obviously we've seen spectacular performances just like that one from Petra. I just love seeing her on any agent. We want to talk a bit more about Falcons and their future. However, we've got to stick for now with our Stage 2 champions, because I can hear some rumblings in my ears, and I think that means we've got G2 Ghost on.
Hi! Everybody say hi!
Hello! I love this. Mimi's leading in the server and out of it as well. Everyone has to say on command, hello. And hello, congratulations on being the champions. I've got to ask it, how are you feeling?
How are we feeling, guys?
Great!
Good!
Yes! So, were you expecting a 3-0, especially after you saw the veto today?
Amy, were you expecting a 3-0?
Yes.
You know what, Mimi, I love that you are our sideline reporter here. I want to ask about Amy's performance. Absolutely on fire from the start. When you've got 3 duelists coming at you, Amy, how are you able to just maintain your focus? We saw you just holding down that B site on Breeze time and time again.
You heard it?
No.
Why are you so good at the game?
I have amazing teammates, that's why.
I mean, but it's hard to almost like stand out. And I love the fact that obviously none of you are trying to stand out. You are trying to play as a team, and that's the reason it works so well. But what was the reaction when you did see the agent select on Breeze, Mimi?
I think when we saw it, we knew that they had to do something like extraordinary to get rounds. So we were very prepared for it in the beginning, and then they kind of adapted to our adaptation, and then it kind of like fumbled a bit in the middle, and then leader timed out, and he was like, do this, do that, and it's all good. And you know, then eventually it was all good.
Is Tybalt getting any ideas from some of the comps that we saw from the side of Falcons today?
Tibu, are you getting any ideas from this fancy Breeze comp they were running?
No, it was shit.
Oi. Oi.
This is why we never let men speak on this program.
Oh my god. Especially not managers.
It's okay. So Res Q, I mean, I can just see her lurking at the bottom of the screen. She was not lurking in terms of the scoreboard. I'm wondering, do we think G2 Gozen that Res Q is the best duelist in all of Game Changers globally?
Is Edda the best duelist?
Yes.
Ever?
Yes.
No. Res Q, do you agree?
No.
I didn't hear her say
Edda,
yes.
do you agree?
No.
Aww.
Okay, well, what does it take for you to agree and believe in yourself as the best?
What does it take for you to agree and believe that you're the best?
Maybe winning champs?
Maybe.
Do you think the form that you're playing right now, that championship trophy is a dead cert, or is there more that G2 goes and needs to do to get ready to take on the world?
Oh, we still have a lot to improve, but we're also still like figuring out what kind of comps we can run. And now with the new meta, I think it's gonna be a spicy split 3. I'm really excited to see what we can cook up.
Jetra.
Is Jetra coming?
Maybe. We'll have to see. Stay tuned.
This feels very nostalgic. I'm so excited. Jetra operator? Oh my goodness, I'm going back to like COVID days. Sorry, I need to focus on being a professional and doing the interview. What do you expect then when patch 8.11 comes around? Obviously, we've got the map pool change. Haven is coming back. Are you Haven stands? Are you looking forward to it? Is it going to be in your map pool?
I have heard a few teammates being quite excited for Haven, especially someone in the back.
Hi there.
Hello, Jetra.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be fun, and also I'm excited for a new map. And obviously, Breeze is going out, which is super sad. It's our best map, but maybe it's healthy for Gosen to get a new best map. Maybe Haven.
New challenge.
Yeah, maybe we'll see.
Abyss.
Maybe
Abyss.
Yeah, are you thinking Abyss is going to be a good map for G2 Gozen?
We will definitely work on it, but it's gonna be a challenge because it's a funky map.
Yeah, I would love to know Tibalt's opinion, but I don't trust him anymore. So he's not allowed to speak again on this broadcast. But ResQ is ISO. Potential for the future.
Edda?
In the
ISO
comps?
potential for the future?
100%.
Yes! Killing and shielding for a team. I can't wait to see. Any final thoughts before I let you go and celebrate? Are you feeling like you can maintain this momentum all the way to championships?
Are we gonna maintain this momentum all the way to champs, guys?
Yes, of course.
Yes. Amazing. Right. Well, Mimi, lead a chant before I let you go. What can you get everyone to say simultaneously? It's a challenge.
Everybody, let's say Rebel on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Rebel!
Amazing. I love that we have the same sponsor as you guys, so it seems rather fitting. They're really getting their money's worth. Thank you so much. Congratulations, G2 Goes and our Valorant Game Changers EMEA Stage 2 champions.
Can you give me a heart? Oh,
I know Mimi's not retiring for at least 10 years or 11 years until 2045, as we heard earlier. Bye guys, I can still hear them in my ears. But you know what? When she does retire from the server, I think she's got a job as a sideline reporter, Pilski.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, rivals pretty much everyone on the broadcast in terms of charisma, and well outperforms all of us in the server. So you know, if you can't be her, then just be in awe of her.
Now, we did mention champions a few times in that interview, so let's take a look at the series leaderboard. Have we got the points ready? We're going to bring it on the lower half. Oh, there we go. We're looking at the lower half. My apologies of the circuit points so far for Europe. Do you think Carmine Corp next stage can creep any higher, Billy?
I'd like to think so. I think with the pickup of Roxy, you know, I think they do have the potential to go a little bit further. They just need a little bit more time to sort of build up that synergy and find their footing in EMEA Game Changers.
Hopes,
I think Carmine Core, I mean, the thing is, they could definitely do a lot better than they did stage 1, and they improved this stage, but given missing out on all of those points, I feel like they probably have to win if they want to be one of those representatives from EMEA. They do have a good enough roster to maybe do that, though, so we'll see how much they improve before that next stage with the crazy patch.
And stage 3, you do get more points from your efforts in that leg. So let's take a look at the top half. G2 goes and looking very comfortable for one of those 2 spots right now in Champions. And we would expect them to maintain their position and at least make it to the grand finals yet again. Although, you know what? Stranger things have happened than what happened last year where they came 4th. But this lineup surely is too strong to fail, Billy.
Yeah, you'd like to think so. I don't think we've really seen a team put G2 Gozen through their paces just yet. So I'd like to see the other teams sort of develop and come into the third stage, kind of coming back fighting and hopefully giving G2 Gozen a challenge.
Well, you know what? We've got a little bit of time just briefly to talk about Falcons before we tell you guys at home how you can get involved with the next series of contenders. So, Falcons, incredible individuals, Pilski. They've got fantastic synergy. Is this just a case of sorting out some of the admin side of things, the comps, the vetoes and the roles?
Yeah, I think like obviously they changed players into this stage, so it's not ideal, and clearly they were trying to make a lot of things work on the fly. They are more than good enough though to still take second place and take out Giant X, and there's no reason why they should change their roster or anything like that. They're clearly still one of the top teams in EMEA. They're leading the points outside of G2, who are probably expected to win stage 3, so I honestly think before next stage, and look, let's be honest with how crazy the patch is and how much that could shake things up. I mean, if you want to play double or triple duelists, that's the patch to do it. They really need to go back to the drawing board, find what works for their team in terms of roles, because they've got a great team, a lot of individually talented players, but the main two things are, as you mentioned, the roles and finding out what maps they're strong at, and also I feel like mental in the big games as well from both of the grand finals that I've watched. This one, they were constantly chasing score lines and kind of slow starting, or when the momentum got broken, they had a tough time. So I think that's something that they definitely need to address as well.
Billy, final thoughts on Falcons?
Yeah, I think I just have to echo everything that Pilski said. You know, they kind of need to settle into those roles, figure out their compositions. I don't know what happened in the map VO today. Would love to know what happened there. And I think Breeze was a prime example of them going out of their comfort zone and having to use their initiative and actually adapt and do things on the fly in the moment. And that's where we've seen the closest map. So yeah, I'd love to see more of that in the next stage instead of sitting to these sort of set strat book plays. It'd be really nice to see them kind of use that initiative and play in the moment a little bit more and trust those instincts that they seem to have.
There's so much room to grow for Falcons and for all of the teams that will be seen competing in Valorant Game Changers Stage 2. But there is room for more talent, and we have got the opportunity for you guys to step up to the plate and try and earn yourself a spot, and that is through our Contenders Series 2 Open Qualifiers. So you haven't got long to register. In fact, today is the last day to register. So if you've been inspired by what you've seen from the likes of G2 Gozen and Falcons, then sign up. Don't forget that Falcons actually came through Contenders last time round, and the tournament is going to be 27th to 30th of June. That's the qualifier, and then we'll actually have Contenders on broadcast in July. Pilski, you're excited?
For sure. I mean, we've seen plenty of Contenders teams. Actually, often the Contenders teams do very well in Game Changers. I think Falcons might have even played through Contenders multiple times, not just the one time. So I think you've even seen, Carmine Core had to grind back through Contenders after getting relegated in last stage, and they've done very well in this tournament. I think just in general, in most of the what would I call it, different regions or Game Changers or main circuit, the best talent doesn't necessarily lie in the top teams. There's definitely a lot of really, really good players out there, and they just need to make their way into the main circuit to show it.
Billy, convince everyone to sign up for Contenders, please, before we go.
I think the main thing for me from Contenders is just having the ability to kind of step your toes in the water and figure out if it is for you, if it isn't for you. No, it's a really lovely environment, the Game Changers scene, and a lot of players getting picked up to actually sign with orgs after competing in Tenders as well. So it can change a lot of players' lives. I think you should sign up.
It is game-changing, so to speak. Pilski and Billy, thank you so much for being fabulous Grand Finals analysts. Of course, Tom, Biz and Padvos, amazing on the cast today, and all our other talent you've seen throughout the past week of competition. Thank you to production and all the teams for competing. We can't wait to tell even more stories when Stage 3 rolls around, and also prove why EMEA is the best region in the world. I might be slightly biased. I've been Frankie Ward, and this has been so much fun and a real privilege. Good night.
Be delicate, gentle, precise. Calm down. Why are you trying so hard? Isn't this too much for you? Aren't you scared? Don't play, don't compete, stop complaining. Whatever you do, it'll never be enough. Greatness comes from within. Just wait and see.